Mic check, mic check. Yeah. Boom. Hey, everybody. Let me know if you can hear us okay. I'm not sure. Um, I am so psyched. We've been planning this for a couple weeks. I guess if you're here, you've already seen the title and maybe you've seen a little bit of our lineup. But essentially, what we're doing here is hoping to raise some funds for a person, Beirut, Lebanon, whose access to their HIV medication has just been made like much more precarious than it used to be because of just like issues with NGOs in Lebanon and the country's ongoing crisis. That's a combination of so many factors. I'm not an expert, but we'll get into it. And in pursuit of, helping this person live a little bit more securely, at least until this, medication solves, we have amassed just like a star-studded lineup of a lot of my favorite creators, a lot of excellent local and not so local writers. Hopefully you know me already. Hello, this is my dear friend. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Of course. Hi, everybody. Sha. Um, get into some of today more.
Yeah.
So, basically, I'm Lebanese. I was visiting for a month, and one of our friend there was telling me about some of the issues facing in education. At first, they were able to access their medication for free through NGOs, which is how a lot of people access their medications over there. But over the past, mainly over the past year, but over the since 2019, since the Thawra, since like the revolution, it's been crisis after crisis. From the port explosion on August 4th, 2020, to COVID, to economic crisis where the banks basically took everyone's money with the the value of the money decreasing exponentially, um, and obviously the aggression from Israel on the country over the past year has really affected everything. And then Trump's election was kind of the not the last nail on the coffin, but in a way it really worsened everything worldwide when it comes to import, export, and access to medication. Especially because most of the medication in Lebanon enters through the port. And so since about a couple of months ago, the only way to access HIV medication is through private pharmacies, and they charge about $1,000 USD per bottle. The yearly tests to check your levels, to check if you're undetectable, are about $1,500. And those prices are exponentially increasing. Not only that, but even when it comes to accessing alternative medication, the alternative medication is now at about the same price as the regular medication. And you can understand that for someone who is HIV positive and is or has been undetectable, taking that risk to try new medication can be daunting, especially when there's not a lot of support and a lot of access to care. For you in the audience who don't know what I'm talking about when I'm saying like undetectable, basically for about the past decade or more, people living with HIV are able to access medication that makes it that their T levels are undetectable, which means that they cannot transmit the virus. And
T not as in testosterone
no,
for the transgender community among us.
um, but it also keeps them in better health. Um, this is kind of revolutionary events that happened
Mm-hmm.
over the past 10 years. So if you ever seen that U equals U um, campaign, it means U equals I, sorry, it's undetectable equals
Untransmissible. Yeah.
untransmissible. Thank you.
Yeah.
English is not my first language, guys, but I'm doing my
You're
best,
killing it.
of course. um, And so basically, I've witnessed firsthand what it was like for my friend, just living through this anxiety every day. Also, and that's not saying that the stigma around HIV is not, doesn't, we don't have a lot of work to do here in North America, but it's definitely, there's not the same level of public education available in Lebanon when it comes to that. And so just finding people to talk about it safely is hard. Not knowing when you're gonna get your next bottle is very difficult. And it's difficult to go from nonprofit to nonprofit because a lot of the time, if you are uh, if you are a user at a certain nonprofit organization, um, you won't be able to use the services of another nonprofit organization because already their capacities are so limited. And so if they see that you're already taken care of, you can't just switch to getting the services from another one. So
Even if that place is not necessarily meeting your needs, right?
exactly. And even then we did go to in person to other nonprofits and see what was available, and it's just a crisis all around. And so Lily was kind enough to um, co-organize this event with me today, which is going to be really fun. We're going to have a lot of readers. Me
Yeah.
and Lily are going to try to entertain you guys
Yeah, we'll
as
keep it
much as
fun.
possible.
You can see the little, how do I point? Down here, the perks.
Right
We're gonna
there.
come on for like 15 minutes at the end of every hour. And that'll be our chance to get a little goofy with it. A lot of these are actually pretty goofy, having a bit of a preview. But we are big movie people, music people. If you want a like super bespoke recommendation for something you've never heard of, if you want, this is something we stole from Jacob Geller's streams. If you want to just like throw an opinion at us and watch us uh, massage it into a video essay pitch, we can do that. I see that someone has already donated $20. Thank you so much. That's wonderful. You are free to ask a question if you want to ask in the YouTube chat or in the GoFundMe. If you asked it over there, I can't find it. Stushi's in the chat. Everyone's like swooping in. Okay, wonderful. We've got a couple more minutes until... No, actually, we have exactly 1 minute until our first reader is on. So, do you want to pull up the little thing where we have everyone's descriptions?
There
Yeah,
you go.
great, great.
I'm happy to introduce our first speaker.
Wonderful, thank you.
Um,
Okay, we're gonna kick it over to the Discord now. Look at that. This is the first time I've done a stream of this caliber, so please do bear with us. We have an excellent tech team
Yes.
working on the background. Sadie of Podcasting With Me fame is over here. And Sadie, if you're here, please pop in. Anybody, now is a perfect time to get going with our first people.
All right, so our first reader of this evening or late afternoon is River. River is a writer whose poems and essays deal with relation, ecology, transformation, and sexuality, and that they have been published widely in Canada, as well as in the US, Australia, and in translation in Japan. They will
Not
be
bad.
right.
Sorry.
What's the thing? Big in Japan or something?
Big in
Big in
Japan.
Japan. Shout outs to River for being big in Japan.
Wow.
They will be reading from their latest book called Dream Rooms. Thanks for joining us, River.
Yeah, thank you so much, River. And you're on.
Well, thank you so much for having me. It's such an honor to be part of this, and I hope we raise a lot of money. So yeah, I'm going to be reading from my book Dream Rooms, which is a collection of poems and essays that I wrote in the years like leading up to understanding that I was trans. So it's a book kind of broadly speaking about like not knowing things and really kind of getting into the quality of not knowing things as an orientation to the world, like yeah, kind of a stance of like interrogating many aspects of culture and life and personal identity. I'll start with reading a really short poem, and then I'll read two excerpts from longer essays that kind of speak to each other.
Wonderful.
But yeah, I'll just begin with this.
Great.
Reunion. Sometimes personal transformation needs an agent outside the self to project the desire to change onto. Television makeover shows understand the self reinventing itself needs to split into the self plus a makeover crew for the preservation of sense narrative through the turmoil of becoming, which is probably why when I got bedbugs right after the moths and had to empty my closets again, I wondered if this was my version of Queer Eye, if all these insects had arrived to make me trans. Um,
Oh my God.
so the next thing I'm going to read is from an essay called Six Boxes. It's an essay that kind of grapples with a moment, well, whatever, which is an ongoing moment, but at the time it seemed like kind of an intense moment of people reckoning with cultures of sexual assault in artistic communities, literary communities, and so yeah, it's about the dilemma of like having a bookshelf full of books, many of which are written by people who've been accused of assault. And this part of the essay I'm dropping into is involves a conversation about having put these books in boxes and wondering what to do with them. There was the conversation I had with S about the section. S had been feeling what I had been feeling and had made a section too, and had put the section in boxes, 2 of them, and was going to have a book burning. I was in awe of this decision. She'd given it a lot of thought and had arrived at a place of clarity, thrift shops, not an option. And other people would buy the books, ignorant of the violence they meant. The street, same. You wouldn't put a loaded gun in a box by the road. Recycling, a possibility. But the glue in the bindings apparently fucks up the municipal process. At the same time, I felt acutely that I could not do this with my own section, not yet. I still had questions. Here were the words of the rapists and manipulators in a silence written down. If I studied very carefully, maybe I could identify the warning signs, learn to spot danger in an aesthetic, in a grammar. I didn't see the violence because A, I didn't read the book, or B, I didn't see the violence in the book, or C, the violence was invisible in the book, and then later or beforehand or all along it happened. Or D, I saw the violence in the book and everywhere in the world and didn't mind. Seeing is a skill, code breaking is a skill, minding is a skill, total rage is a skill. I could keep these books in the closet like dumbbells in escalating stacks for resistance training. Was there a system by which I could identify the violence in other books by authors I didn't personally know? Was there a system I could master to never acquire another violent book? If I read all the violent books I had loved backward, could I journey back inside myself and extract what I'd eaten? Was there a system of reading and writing and shelving that would lead to justice? I wanted to know. Was I interested in justice, or was I just having trouble letting go? In the end, S did not burn her books either. Blue bin, blue bin, blue bin. Then I entered the part of my life where I was living beside a known monster that I had chosen, that people judged me for. My books took up a whole wall. It was unreasonable to try to hide them. And I had cultivated the kind of life where it was normal for people to come over and drink and eat and smoke pot and develop feelings about my books, and by extension, me. It was normal for me to talk about my feelings about my books, or even more normal to talk about something else, with my feelings about my books on display in the background. As a young, feminine-looking, out bisexual person whose tastes were regularly questioned by guy friends, straight friends, lesbian friends, I had developed some defenses against shame. I would feel it begin to well up inside me, and then I would do these little internal curl-ups to keep it down. I was strong. I was reasonably adequately strong to be living in my particular body. But now I encountered a different situation. The people judging me were not misguided or uninformed. They knew what I knew. My bookshelf was not a sanctuary or a clear idea or the beginning of an evolution in a positive direction. It was not a worthy love. It was a history of things I had let into my life that had not, for whatever reason, disappeared yet. By this definition, it was my body. I wanted to tell people that I knew how bad my books were, that I was keeping the works of the rapists, the attempted murderers especially, to learn from, that there was something about literature and my relationship to it I still had to figure out. This always seemed to come out wrong. I'll stop that one there, and then I want to jump to the last essay in the book, which is about giving an entirely different object away to the thrift store.
Oh my God. Great. Great.
Thank you. So, this last piece I'm going to read is from an essay called "The Full Impulse," which is, I mean, it's about a lot of things, but broadly speaking, this idea of the full impulse, and what that might be. It begins. The part I'm going to read begins by talking about a candelabra, which is an inherited candelabra from a difficult relative.
Mm.
The day I gave my candelabra to the people was unremarkable, except for the fact that I realized I could. I took it to the thrift store, a 10-minute walk down the road, along with some shirts I didn't like anymore and some mason jars I wasn't using, and a container of lamp oil I had bought back when I thought the solution to my pained emotions about my dad's pretty oil lamp was to keep lighting it. I had already given away the oil lamp. The people had done nothing to deserve my candelabra, which was simultaneously a priceless historical artifact, evidence, a heavy burden, and a decoration in medium questionable taste, the grapes, likely to fetch a maximum of $4 to $5, the after overhead fraction of which would be donated to a shelter for women experiencing violence. How the shelter defined women and violence was something I didn't know, and I hope that if they were the kind of place that would tell people their bodies or their experiences didn't register, my candelabra would haunt them from fiscal year to fiscal year until they understood something. I had done nothing to deserve my candelabra either. I left it in a white box with a lid at the entrance of the thrift store and went home and eventually made some dinner. While I cooked, I fantasized about calling the shelter to discuss the case of someone like me in the event of a sudden loss of safety. In the fantasy, I was extremely convincing. They agreed to drop the word women from their name and put trans people in positions of leadership, and when the violence broke out, I moved in along with all kinds of gender marginalized people, and none of us were gendered from the outside any longer. My candelabra sold for $1 million at auction, and we bought nice furniture for our house. When I think of revolution, I imagine it as a series of small, courageous, flawed attempts to risk everything. Where can you go? A new acquaintance asked me, to be your full impulse. We were waiting for a bus together, and as they said this, they were kicking the bus stop pole lightly. They were on their way to a concert that was going to be a quiet concert. They worried their current energy would be too much for the room, hence the question. I didn't know where I could go, and this was unsettling. How had I missed asking myself this question earlier? There were two questions: the nature of the impulse, the location of the venue that would hold it. They said they thought they could be their full impulse in a contact improvisation dance session with strangers. No, they corrected after a moment. After, when I'm having sex with one of the people I met improvisationally dancing. That's probably my full impulse. I admired them for
Oh,
knowing this. I'm thinking about choices. Scenario 1, you join the Revolutionary Army as a ticket to being seen as a man. Scenario 2, you consent to be seen as a man or mannish as a ticket to participate in the revolution. Scenario 3, you have no particular desire to be seen as a man or be a revolutionary, but you were born or kidnapped or otherwise coerced into it. You have no other safe option. If the venues of masculinity and the revolution were unticketed, masculinity could be peaceful and the revolution could be feminine. If masculinity were not an army, no one would be punished for deserting, and if femininity were not a punishment, the arms could be instruments of pleasure. I would like to elaborate these states because I suspect they are my venue, the dirt in which something very me, very I could go shooting up and blooming down, but it's hard to find the words, let alone speak them. The venue is a blank. Language becomes a blank. Whole sections of my body and its desires are revealed as blank. A blank is a densely packed field of information you don't know how to be in relationship to. I'm going to end there. Thank you so much.
Oh my goodness, thank you so much. That was it was so I'm not gonna do this for everyone, but
I was
like
gonna say that. I was gonna say yeah, that. I feel like your work leaves us with a lot of questions, which I really enjoy.
I want to read your book so badly. Will you remind us what it's called and where it can be purchased?
Oh, thank you. Sure. So it's called Dream Rooms. It's available from Book Hug Press online, and most any independent bookstore. Obviously not Indigo, um, or any of those places.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, people can order it directly from the press, or Google it, or yeah, local bookstores.
Ah, that's wonderful. Thank you so much for coming on here, River. It
Yeah,
was
thank
a
you.
lovely way to kick this
Yes.
off, and like just really beautifully written.
Yeah, I really appreciate.
Thank you so much. That means a lot, and I'm so excited to see the other readers after this.
Yes.
Yeah, we're in for a
Yeah.
good one up next. I
Yes.
hope you stick around.
Yes, feel free to stick
Yeah,
around with us.
thank you. Yeah.
Word. All right.
So we have about 2 minutes before the next speaker, and I'm seeing some people join and have some questions about the fundraiser. So I'll be very quick. We are raising some, well, not some, a lot of money for a
Yeah.
friend of ours who lives in Beirut and cannot access their HIV medication currently. The reason why you're seeing such a big goal and the reason why the fundraiser already has some money in it, the fundraiser has been in place since March, but each bottle is $1,000 USD.
So this is a month of HIV
Yeah.
medication.
And so the fundraiser is in Canadian dollars. So as you can see, it's probably about 1,300 Canadian. And so we've already been sending money. And so what we're trying to do today with this big goal is to have enough money for a couple of bottles so that, our friend can actually stay on their medication and remain undetectable, as well as get their yearly tests. So that's why we have a goal of 20K.
Yeah.
And so I think we're already. I'm gonna let you introduce the next guest because I believe it's someone that you know.
Yeah, it is. All right, well, our next person, I'm thrilled he said yes to this. Our next person is Ian Danskin, who's the host of the YouTube channel Innuendo Studios. I have a bio here, but I think I can just freestyle this. Innuendo Studios is a great sort of video essay channel since way back about, among other things, adventure games, film critique, just like the social internet. And he's probably best known for the series that just wrapped up, the Alt-Right Playbook. Oh, Ian, here you are. Hi, I'm talking about
Hey,
you.
Lily.
Welcome.
I heard that. It was mortifying. Thank you.
So I believe that you're going to be reading a couple of things that didn't make the cut into the Alt-Right Playbook, but that you're still hoping to share in some capacity. Is that right?
Yeah, so when I wrapped it, there was a bunch of shorts that I just wanted to finish the series. So there were a few that got scrapped. I'm still quite proud of them and was going to release them at some point, either just as text or as something or other. But I thought for the occasion, I would read a couple. Depending on how long we chat, I can read two. Otherwise, I can just do one. They take about 6-7 minutes to read.
Fantastic. Yeah, well, by all means.
All right, thank you. I haven't gotten to say this in a minute. Say, for the sake of argument, you've been watching the debate play out about Confederate statues. Race activists first want to take down statues of people like Jefferson Davis and Stonewall Jackson, the president of the Confederacy and one of his top generals. Then they go after statues of Robert E. Lee, the head of the Confederate Army, whose stance on slavery was purportedly more complicated. Then they go after Vice President John C. Calhoun, who, though an ardent defender of slavery, was never a Confederate because he died before the Civil War began. Now, at this point, Southern Republicans start asking, well, who's next? If we're taking down Calhoun, why not George Washington? He had slaves as well. Where does it end? This argument causes something of a scramble on the left as some folks back off and say, no, of course not Washington, and then try to define what makes Washington a categorically different slave owner from Calhoun. Others dodged the question by saying, we don't need to worry about how far is too far while Jefferson frickin' Davis is still standing. And a handful even say, go ahead and tear down Washington. Who cares? Statues don't vote. Which Republicans lap up and claim represents the entire left. What Republicans are doing, or trying to do at least, is turn Confederate statues and the attendant conversation around America's idealization of its historical figures and how that butts up against the history of slavery into a wedge issue. And Washington is being held up as the thin end of the wedge. Title screen. Along any political axis, a wedge issue is the point at which society says this far and no further. It is the outer boundary of the Overton window. Anyone with the wrong stance on the wedge issue will be considered too extreme by their own party and the party will strive to look moderate by comparison. Hence, Republicans acting like the entire left wants to tear down Washington. It gets a lot of liberals to back up and say, okay, maybe Calhoun stays up. Now, so far as wedge issues go, a statue of George Washington is pretty tame. More often, the thin end of the wedge is not an inanimate object, but a group of people it is socially acceptable to hate. This exists in every part of the culture war. Along the axis of religion, the current wedge is Islam, and the thin end is a suite of jihadist imagery, women in burqas, beheadings, anything from 9/11. Along the axis of class, the wedge is communism, and the thin end is currently Venezuela, though they never tire of the old show ponies, Cuba, and the Soviet Union. Along the axis of sexuality, the wedge is transgender people, and the thin end is a trans woman in a public ladies' room. Abortion held an interesting position on the axis of women's rights, being that for a long time it was a wedge on both ends of the spectrum. It was considered radical to be too in favor or too opposed, as in, I want it safe and rare on the left, and, well, I guess it's okay in cases of rape and incest on the right. That isn't really the case anymore. The thin end for liberals was the image of a woman having to carry her rapist's baby to term, and for conservatives, it was the stuff they put on signs outside of Planned Parenthood. Now, outside of abortion rights, I can't think of any examples of a wedge on the right end of the spectrum. Liberals are always supposed to have an agreed upon point that is too far left, but for modern conservatives, too far right mostly doesn't exist. Wedge issues are worth looking at because they tell you what can and cannot be discussed. The thin end is always emotionally charged. They rely heavily on affective override. That fabled single-issue voter, their single issue is never like sanitation. It's always a wedge issue. You can talk about religious tolerance all you want, but sooner or later, someone's going to bring up Al-Qaeda or Hamas, and for that person, the conversation is functionally over. And so liberal politicians who claim to defend religious tolerance have to make a big show of being tough in the Middle East, villainizing Iran, being somber every September 11th, defending Israel's occupation of Palestine, lest they be accused of sitting on the wrong side of the wedge. You find the same attempts to enforce the wedge among some of the very people most despised by the right. Gay conservatives who make a show of hating trans people, Black conservatives who make a show of hating queer people. They offer the right a bargain. If you grant me admittance into the in-group, I will help you keep them out. But once a wedge has been placed, the goal is always to drag it rightward. The left takes one step away, the right drags the wedge 2 steps closer. First, they banned trans women from sporting events. Now it's Black cis women they've deemed too manly. This is why sometimes ignoring the wedge entirely, while not necessarily great political strategy, is liberating. To say, you know what, Washington can go too. While we're at it, Jefferson, Adams, Madison, there's no such thing as hating slavery too much. Do you want the finale of Game of Thrones? Because that's how you get the finale of Game of Thrones. End scene.
Ah, come on. Man, that was such a treat to hear. And it feels relevant this week, but it would probably feel relevant any week.
Yeah, the fun thing about writing these things is they just get more and more relevant after you write them.
Woof.
I really wish it was the other way around.
No kidding, man. I remember when you started, like a couple years into this series, I was thinking, we don't really hear about the alt-right anymore. I guess it's just the normal right again. Nope. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they rebrand and whatever, but they were basically just a rebrand of a bunch of other movements that existed before.
Sure, sure. Man. Well, I think we have time if you'd like to share a second. I would love to hear it.
All right, let's do. Say, for the sake of argument, you're trying to write a blog post and you keep reaching for the right words about social issues, but none of them seem to work. Maybe you want to talk about the experience of having an unexpected PTSD flare up due to outside stimulus, but the word trigger has been so overused to just mean things sensitive people don't like that it doesn't feel as helpful as it once did. Or maybe you want to talk about the way an abuser can make you doubt your own memory, but the word gaslighting is so often used to refer to any time a person lies or is wrong or simply says something somebody else disagrees with that it feels emptied of meaning. Or perhaps you want to talk about a movie that makes light of a number of social issues, never quite crossing the line into being outright bigoted, but pervasive enough across multiple axes that it seems worth mentioning, but the only term you can think of is problematic, and that's been memed into oblivion. What you're butting up against is dead language, terms that have outworn their usefulness. A lot of words go this way, and by and large, it's nothing to worry about. It's just circle of life, man. But you've noticed that terms certain populations use to describe phenomena unique to their experience tend to have very short lifespans, like mayflies, these words, most especially for populations on the left. And while, yes, it is sometimes necessary to retire a term that no longer serves its function, it is worth noting that in these instances, the words did not die natural deaths. This is a murder of words. Title card. The process of euthanizing language has three principal stages. First, a word is used honestly by people on the left. Then, a word is used mockingly by people on the right. And finally, through overuse, it enters common language being picked up by centrists and the apolitical. To make this a little more concrete, let's look at the journey of social justice warrior. Once upon a time, this was a term progressives used. If, for instance, a particular feminist seemed to over-focus on correcting and criticizing ignorant men, if they turned mistakes from well-meaning allies into long, repetitive lectures, if their feminism seemed to begin and end with dunking on people, that was a social justice warrior, someone who, even when they had a valid argument, even when they had a right to be angry, seemed to relish their anger and rarely ask whether anger was the most constructive tool for the moment. Many a conversation would get derailed by these folks, and if we're being honest, more often than not, this was a male feminist ally whose allyship looked a lot like soapboxing. It was a term for self-policing, asking the progressive left not to confuse activism and grandstanding. Saying the right thing, but only to feed one's ego, can still be toxic. But once the right got their hands on it, social justice warrior came to mean anyone who talks about social justice ever. The implication being that the only reason anyone discusses something like feminism is to grandstand, that social justice is innately dishonest. This was used to mock progressives, sure, but it was also once again a term for self-policing. But now it was employed on Chan boards and subreddits to hammer down progressive rhetoric. Anyone who seemed to even allude to feminism was immediately labeled an SJW and ridiculed until they dropped the subject. And while mainstream culture has never adopted the term social justice warrior and really only uses it when pointing to how the right uses it as an insult, because it entered public consciousness through the right, the very idea of social justice now carries a connotation of preachiness. Much of the left has had to back off using those two words in sequence. It's been so thoroughly misused that there's even an impulse on the left to reclaim it. Progressives will sometimes refer to themselves half-jokingly as social justice infantry, social justice bard, or even unironically as social justice warrior. The fact that it started as a critique of a problem and is now sometimes used as a badge of honor is kind of weird. The tragedy here is not just the loss of a term, but of a tool. The idea of the social justice warrior has been tainted to the extent that often enough, if you criticize a feminist for being too quick on the draw with angry rants, they will quite reasonably assume that they are being tone policed by a conservative or by a normie who has swallowed a conservative argument. Whether or not you use the actual words, the idea no longer functions as internal critique because using it brands you an outsider. I'm sure a lot of people who heard the first paragraphs of this script got their hackles raised hearing what I was saying. The tendency for the left to eat its own has been vastly overstated, but it does happen, and it gets harder and harder to talk about. The constant attacks from the right and dismissals from the center put everyone's armor up. We should also keep in mind that this is not always the right's doing. The evolution of woke, from referring to Black vigilance against the ever-evolving threats posed by white supremacy to just anything to do with social justice, may have passed through the right, but it started with white liberals. I would like to tell you that the solution is to ignore bastardizations and just keep using words the way they were meant. Unfortunately, that's by and large not how language works. A murdered word is still dead, and it can no longer function on its own. This is Weekend at Bernie's, not Weekend at Bernie's 2. My point is that the problem is not the word itself. The right will tell you that your language is confrontational or confusing, but if you picked different words, they would try to kill those as well. Black Lives Matter and Free Palestine were never too aggressive. Their issue is with what the words mean, and they would rather feign confusion over very simple sentences than admit that they simply don't agree with them. And in the process, they silence our ideas and empty out our tool sheds. And there are times where we can ignore them and speak our own language amongst ourselves, and there are also times where we have to adjust our language on the fly to stay ahead of them. So it goes. But when a word expires on you, just remember, it was never your fault for using it.
Come on. All right. Thank you,
Thank you.
Ian. Oh man. That brought me back to high school. I getting called like a white knight all the time. I don't know if you've ever gotten that.
Oh, have I gotten called a white knight?
Okay.
I was a male feminist during Gamergate. Of course I did.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. Much to think about. Man, yeah, thank you so much, Ian. This has been excellent, and just this they don't know what they're missing out on when they fill their newspaper website, editors boards with the biggest war hawks on planet Earth. They could be getting analysis like this.
Oh, I'm sure they'll just feed me to an AI and write articles with that soon enough.
Oof. Oh man. Anyway, thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you, Ian.
It's been a pleasure.
Thank you so much for having me. Good luck today.
Thank you, Ian.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So,
All right. Damn. Well, the donations are coming in very nicely. I want to keep things moving along at a good pace, but thank you so much to everyone who's donated. We've got one more person before our little donation boost where we're going to be doing all sorts of silly challenges. This next person is a private citizen whose government name I shall not disclose, but suffice to say, he's a dear friend of ours. He works on basically all of my videos, and just an all-around delight. What do we have? Okay, first of all, this is our friend Tala. What do you got for us, Tala?
Hello. So I was going to read some of my own writing.
Awesome.
And I also have a limited time offer.
Ooh. Oh yeah.
Anybody who donates $20 or more.
Let's get it on the screen.
To the fundraiser, leave a comment in the chat of some sort. And what you can do is you can describe the plot of a Simpsons episode, or even give me a random quote from a Simpsons episode, and I will tell you which episode it is, and possibly also tell you which season it's from. So
that's the stuff.
That's what you can do. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Keep them coming.
Right. Without further ado, I will get into reading stuff. All right. Whew. Okay. So this is a poem, obviously, and it's called Project to Fetishize the Present. I will eat the unforgettable, and it will be a ritual of mourning. Everything could drip with too large, too bright, but it drips into my open mouth. I hunger mainly for deep red carpet, as it is under my feet. No more the fantasy of feverishly eating the dirt of home. All return necessitates violence, but really, what is my desire for dirt against a border? Still, a stubborn, wanting creature is lying on my chest. No room for the flirtations of real time, real space, and all of their sweat and drip. I can't say I don't know how to work a North American radiator. I can't say I still wait for the call to prayer 5 times a day, every day. But paint smells the same everywhere. But cement, it always comes back to cement, feels the same everywhere. But I know that isn't true. That cement, that paint and rips in the window screen become lost in the compression of sense, time, and childhood. And it's not that I don't remember my home address. The street didn't have a name. That's the first one.
Thank you.
Oh, my voice is very muffled. Oh, I sound clear now. Okay, that's great.
Yeah, you might want to turn off
Um,
your like sound isolation. We can see if that does anything. But I think we're good.
Okay, cool. I guess I can read some more because I'm not seeing any Simpsons
Come
things
on,
for me
people, give us
to
some.
analyze. That's okay. That's okay. Okay, cool. Here is another poem, I suppose. It's called Mumble Number 5. You know, like Mambo Number 5. Thank
My
you.
dude.
Thank you. Mumble Number 5.
Mumble number 5.
Holes in stone, hot stone near water, hot stones of brick, my palm against them, hot, my ear against them. Something crawls, makeshift doors in clay, and something else I always forget. All the same sentiments, all the same writing. On the phone calls, we ask each other, how are you? What's new? Do you remember when? What could we possibly ask each other but to remember? In the warm carcass of our ancestral horses, I think of how words hide in the copper pans, and home remains to me a complication from inside the violence of another. But back to writing from the dream doors. We woke up to find the name of our city had changed, and I was kicked out of the room I was staying in because my second cousin was giving birth on my sheets. My imagination gave slopes where there are none, so I slipped here and there, trying to calculate how long to spend with each person based on when they would die the soonest. The ripped wire of the window is a careful eye. On the front porch, I am taken by the cigarette smoke of mourners. That's another one.
Oh my God, dude. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, I'm not seeing any Simpsons challenges. Wow. They don't believe in my skills.
I mean, to be honest, is it possible they just don't know The Simpsons as well as you do? Is there?
It's very possible.
Yeah,
it's very possible.
I don't know, man. Let me. Maybe I can throw something out there. No, I only know the super obvious ones. I only know the ones that like be showing on TV all the time.
Like what?
Can't make friends with salad.
Can't make friends with salad. It's Lisa the vegetarian.
Yeah.
Obviously.
You get it.
I think you can make friends with salad. Also, it's season 7. You can make friends with salad, honestly. I love a good salad.
I love a good salad
really
too.
Good salad.
Yeah. I hope for many beautiful salads in our futures.
All right. I guess I can read some more stuff.
Yeah, please. We got some more time.
Great. This one is called Brazil, 1985, after the movie Brazil from 1985. Incredible movie. Thank you, Terry Gilliam. The only thing the British ever did correct.
And he's American, isn't he?
What?
He's in Monty Python, but he's American. I swear to God.
Well, fuck Britain. I'm so sorry.
No. That was an accounted. That's called for. Take it away.
Brazil, 1985. In the dream under the dome, I am paper pulp. There are things I want to say, but I don't know what they are. The morning dreams are profit, and consciousness is cauterization, but the hand, the wound, and the future are the same, all looking to lead. The morning dreams are profit, and I cannot pretend to believe in anything but my holy sleeping self. Writing from sleep is assuming the air is deep and pliable. I write my true name, I giggle. Temporary grooves join meaning back into the scape. I wake up, and I wake up, and I keep waking up without ever knowing my true name. The afternoon is always full of contradictions. I am at most red here in the afternoons, center woven with blood, my blood. When the world left, I masturbated for 3 days straight, and the vines outside the window writhed in response. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. What are Lily Alexander's pronouns? I have no idea.
$200 to find out.
That's so true.
If you donate
Also,
1,000, you can call me anything you want.
Actually, I feel like I'm seeing some quotes in the chat, and
I just saw
we got many $20. So let's just
remember Alf. Remember Alf? He's back in Pog form, obviously said by Milhouse, and Bart Sells His Soul, season 7.
Fantastic.
Basic knowledge.
Episode 5 or 4. One of those.
Which one?
Sorry.
Which one? Commit. I'm gonna look it up.
4, because it's earlier. Episode 4.
Yeah. I was trying to look up The Simpsons and I looked up The Symptoms. Yeah, 4. You got it.
Homer gets sushi? The one where Homer gets sushi? Of course. It's season 2, episode 11, when Homer thinks he's gonna die. It's called 1 fish, 2 fish, blowfish, bluefish. And Homer thinks he's gonna die because he eats pufferfish that was improperly made.
Yeah, that'll kill you. How someone's asking how you have such refined Simpsons symptoms knowledge.
I have a wild guess about that, but I'll let you go first, Tala.
I am very normal, and I watch The Simpsons to go to sleep every single night because it soothes me like a little baby bird in a nest, being sat on by its beautiful and fluffy parents.
Beautiful imagery.
And so if you're watching it to sleep, why do you only watch like the good seasons? Do the other ones just have a different vibe?
Because if I watched the bad seasons, then I would be going against everything I believe in, and I would also be getting nightmares, which I already get. So really, it's just that it would be going against everything I believe in.
Yeah.
I see here that a Twin Peaks podcast. I am Sadie Avery Lake. I have a Simpsons challenge for Tala. In which episode does Bart say true or false? You can get mono from riding the monorail. Marge versus the Monorail, season 4. And I always think that it's season 4, episode 20, because I'm like, haha, 420. But it's not. It's season 4, episode 11, and season 4, episode 20 is Whacking Day.
All right. Oh my God. That's crazy, dude. Also, we have a new person here. Hello, welcome. I know that it's not your time to like present or anything yet, but feel free to unmute, join the conversation.
Hi, everyone.
Hi. This is our...
I want to listen to Tala read, so...
What
and talk about this.
My happy place.
Hey, 1 second. Sorry. Hold on.
Wait, what? Who said that and what did they say?
Somebody said hold on, and that's what we're doing every day.
Yeah.
It's true.
Holding space.
I've got Wikipedia. And Marge versus the Monorail season 4 episode 12.
Fuck.
Damn.
Put me down.
You're
like
busted,
a fucked
pal.
up dog. Sorry, like a sick
That's
dog.
right.
Oof, this is really... You're gonna have to rescind that donation. I hope you let it slide.
No, you gotta double it. You gotta double the
Yeah, it's true. You gotta
donations.
double it.
And we'll get it
Every
right
time
next
I get it
time.
wrong, you
Double or
double the
nothing, double or
donation. It's
nothing.
true. Double or nothing. Double or nothing. Come on, give it to me.
I hope
Okay,
everyone watching
anyway,
is starting to understand my role in this live stream. And it doesn't have to do with the lower part of the screen. Believe me. Well, a little bit.
Legally,
So-
legally, it has nothing
Legally,
to do
this
Legally,
is a
there's-
purely educational and
Legally,
poetic stream.
this is
Oh my
nothing
god.
happening. Anyway, I'm gonna go back to the green room, but I needed to call. time.
Okay, see you, Sadie.
She needed to pwn me really bad.
Yep. Okay. Also want to make room for these other challenges that we're doing, right? $20, ask us a question. $50. All of us have strange and bizarre creative tastes, and you can tell us what you like, and we'll tell you another thing that you're gonna like. And for the third and final one, we've already explained it, and you can read. Tala, you got anything else for us? Anything else to share?
Sure. I guess I could read just one more.
That'd be wonderful.
This is an excerpt from a longer poem called "The Rave Flyer Looks the Same in Apocalypse." Now that all the galleries have been exploded, heat-seeking missiles knew the value of bodies, and you just so happened to be performing a synchronous piece called Writhing. It was your first national tour. You were flesh conductor for bodies piled into the sides of thousands of fine art buildings, trendy loft co-op basements, all begging for some sort of contact. You did get it, in the form of a warhead, but you did get it. I never have time to think about you, so when I drink from the well me and my neighbors found in the basement, I take 3 seconds to remember my friend, the one who accidentally drew in all that fire. Anyways, now that all the galleries have been destroyed, we have to find new places. Last week, I performed in a ditch. All the curators I know are geologists now, too. I told everyone it meant something about embodiment, about the holiness of sediment as a trans body. But really, I just wanted to eat fistfuls of dirt and not feel so weird about it. I've been trying for years to become photosynthetic, by the way. If the sun explodes, I'll just be a well-fed and bloated plant. I don't know what to do about my mother, though. And that's the end of the excerpt.
Beautiful.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Man.
Speaking of photosynthesis, I recently tried watching a TV show, which is something I haven't been able to do in months. So I landed on this one called Knights of Sidonia, which is an anime that has a pretty interesting first season and an insufferable second season, in my opinion.
Oof.
But one fun thing about it is that the characters practice photosynthesis. So
Are they plants?
they are not plants. I don't know what they are, but they do photosynthesis, and it's mostly like a fan service device. Unfortunately, I think they could have
How?
I don't know. I felt happy listening to what you just said, Tala, because
Oh,
the imagery was way more evocative than what I saw in that TV show, so that's why that made me think of that.
using it to its full potential. Come
Yeah.
on. Okay, I have a follow-up question about the show. When you say fan service, is it that they have to take their clothes off to photosynthesize?
Yeah, that's all they do.
That's what a
They
waste.
just take their clothes off and go in the sun.
So just make a show about going to the beach. I don't know. Sorry, Tala.
I would watch it.
I was gonna say that I had told a friend of mine, Dylan, about this live stream, and they informed me that his girlfriend Daniela, who just commented, and she wrote, "Hi, I'm a sex educator who did some work with Gilead Sciences, the maker of HIV meds, Truvada. I know the global pounding executive at Gilead Pharmaceuticals. If the person is okay with it, I would love to advocate for a compassionate access program so they can get their HIV meds for free."
Oh my God.
I mean,
So we can contact them after this live stream.
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
That's
Yeah,
pretty
thank
cool.
you so much for commenting. Yeah, and I guess I'll say for people watching, please keep the donations coming.
them coming.
If we manage to secure like a free medication access for this person, the money will just go to somebody else in need. We were thinking maybe water aid for Gaza, or if we find someone in like the exact same, situation with their HIV meds in Lebanon, that is also very much an option. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
I really appreciate that. Thanks to this person. I hope it works. Obviously, I can already imagine me telling my friend that and their first reaction being like pessimism because NGOs, Lebanon,
Sure.
not a good mix. But I really appreciate. I hope we can get in touch after.
Yeah,
And,
yeah. If you want to shoot me an email,
yeah.
here, let me drop my email in the chat. And yeah, there are so many people in this situation. Earlier today I saw a YouTuber and author, John Green, who is like going really hardcore for public health right now. He was talking about how USAID sort of abandoning global public health is basically just putting a lot of like teenagers living with HIV on a very bad path very quickly. We aren't personally in touch, as far as I know, with anyone in this situation, but of course, if we manage to, and if this somehow reaches 40 grand or whatever, we will make a point of redistributing that based on needs and abilities and whatever it was that Karl Marx said.
Yeah, whatever he said.
Whatever he said.
What's Karl Marx's pronouns, please, guys? For $100.
He, they.
He, they. Yeah, that sounds right. That sounds right. Yeah.
Also, another incentive to donate.
Oh.
I feel we're giving a lot of incentive to donate, but
Yeah,
it
keep
is
them coming, people.
my friend's birthday in about a week or two. And so I think it would be an amazing gift if we can raise more and more money. It's really funny. So basically, as maybe I don't know if people can tell, I'm having an allergic reaction as we're doing this live stream because there's lovely animals in his apartment.
You guys know Clementine. She's right here.
She's right here, and she's laying on my harm reduction supplies. So I think this box is now contaminated if I use it.
Oh, what a shame.
I'll just put it on.
We're gonna put it on top of her. I wish I could show you all this. I would need to have moved the whole arrangement.
Yeah, the robots would not be pleased if we moved any devices right now.
Just complicate the whole thing. Okay, well, we are officially in our little 10-minute funding push. I would love if we could raise $200 by the end of this 10 minutes. I'd be thrilled with that. If you've been waiting on a moment to donate, now it's the perfect moment because you can get all your little perks. Maybe we start by going around and just like, what have you guys been, I don't know, watching, reading, finding fulfillment in lately? Do you want to kick it off? You seen anything good? Not the photosynthesis thing, presumably.
I feel like I saw a really good movie at the cinema. It's like 3 months ago, but actually I saw one really good with you and Sadie not too long ago, but I don't remember the name, so I'll start with the one that I remember the name of.
Sure.
It's a movie called Mermaid Legend. I cannot tell you as good as a description as the guy at the cinema gave us, but it's a movie from the 80s. It's a Japanese movie. It's a very cathartic movie about resource extraction at the expense of human beings and especially populations of fishermen and farmers. But it's filmed really beautifully and tragically, and it's about a wife taking revenge for her husband that was murdered in this whole scheme of killing regular everyday people just for the sake of exploiting resources. And I don't know, it felt cathartic to watch. It felt very clear what the intent of the movie was, but unfortunately I feel like maybe ironically enough, the audience at the cinema with us were laughing during the most heartbreaking scenes.
Oh, that's happening so much at the movies lately.
Yeah.
I see that all the time.
And you know what cinema I'm talking about? It's a fairly small cinema. It's Cinéma Moderne.
Yeah.
So it's very
It's the
intimate.
one for nerds. That's like surprising. Nerds affectionate.
But then at some point of the movie, this is kind of flipped around where the people applauding the resource exploitation are getting laughed at. I'm saying that not to spoil anything. And suddenly it got quiet in the cinema, and I thought that was like it kind of brought the experience into like I know that's not what 4-dimensional means, but yeah, it's like a 4-dimension. And it got interesting. It got heated in the cinema. People were like not yelling at each other, but throwing a comment here and there.
Whoa. Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's surprising. Let me eat a beautiful cherry.
Yes. Thanks for the person who did a little synopsis in the chat.
Thanks, Aisha. Okay, now I think, if I'm understanding correctly, we have another little Simpsons thing here in chat, but I need to know if they've donated, and also I'm not sure if I understand what the thing is. It's a challenge. If you know the name of the king or queen who has been murdered in Bard of Darkness season 6. Tala, does that mean anything to you?
That was my response. I already responded to somebody who
Oh, that was your comment. Silly me.
I think I'm not sure if Sadie can validate that for us. It seems like I'm not seeing any comments on the GoFundMe or in the chat of people being like, I donated this amount and this is my request. So
yeah, I'm unclear whether people just like haven't had any requests and just want to donate money, or which is totally welcome, of course. Aisha, you have a question and I want to answer it out of good faith and appreciation, but unfortunately it's gonna cost you.
Unfortunately, I feel like this person told us that from their country they cannot donate.
Oh damn. Okay.
Also,
yes.
yeah, so because I was honestly looking through the GoFundMe and I don't know what's up with it, but I like the words of support is not like visible.
Not
on
loading,
it.
right?
And it's not loading. And when I donate, there wasn't a thing for me to give a message. I don't know if that's a setting.
Oh no!
In this GoFundMe that we should do something about, or if that's just like a bug with the site right now or something. Eli, I guess it's your GoFundMe. I don't know if there's a setting in there to allow people to comment on it.
I think, let me double check, but I think it's a bug with the site because things aren't moving on my end because I'm checking it out. Curious what people are donating.
Okay.
Let me check though, because I can manage it on the other side, but I'm pretty sure it should be there.
Okay, well, if it's not working, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to... Maya says I didn't have a spot to do that. I'm just going to move this little portion down that says leave the prompts in the GoFundMe message, and people will hopefully just know to comment them instead.
Yeah, I think just like put them in the YouTube chat and honor system if you are scamming a donation fundraiser to ask a question to your favorite YouTuber and not giving $20. Then you'll get what's coming for you, so don't do that. But yeah, if you say something in the chat, just like say
you donated,
you can exactly, and I'll like I have both tabs open, so I'll loosely check, and if I see someone's name, I'm like, oh yeah, but
okay, great, great. Thank you.
Your soul is in your hands.
Your soul is in your hands. Honor system under threat of eternal damnation. Okay, I see that Alex has a question. Would you? I can't see text that small.
Yeah. I'll read the question. In honor of Ian Danskin's ongoing Nebula series, will you rank all future questions on a tier list? This question is not sponsored by Nebula, but it could be.
Dave, I know you're watching.
Is watching. I have no idea what any of what I just read means, but shout outs to Ian.
I can contextualize this. Okay, Ian Danskin, the guy who was just on, he's been doing a weekly.
Does this mean we'd be... Like, would we be ranking the questions people ask?
Yes, exactly.
The best question?
Ian Danskin has been doing a weekly adventure game review series where he places each one in a tier depending on like expectation versus actual thing. It's been great. Nebula.tv/whatever. But you know what? We'll try tier ranking them, but I hope you will understand that that might also come off kind of mean-spirited. Like, I don't want to tell someone their question sucks, thanks for $100, you know?
Actually, well, I think that's it. The ranking system is the more money you donated alongside your question, the better the question is.
There it is.
So if you want to have the best question, you actually do need to give the most money
More
to
money.
the fundraiser.
Okay,
that's
we're
how it
going
works.
open corruption. That is exactly the plan.
Well, how else do people get money, right? It's all
Yeah.
it's always corruption.
I really like Reen's question in the chat of what's your favorite place to get ice cream or other cold summer treat?
Like in Montreal?
Or I mean, if you live there, but even just life.
In
What's-
life.
cold treats. Okay, this
I
is
got one
I'm
for
gonna
this.
mine is like a bit of out of the box, but this is just a top tier cold summer treat. I love to get grapes and put them in the freezer. They don't but seriously, they don't freeze all the way through.
To a
It
grocery
creates
store?
like a gusher like effect.
She's honestly
And it
right.
enhances the sweetness. No, this like you can go and get ice cream, but genuinely
Mhm.
this is a great just treat to have around. Tala, did you say you had one?
Yeah, I do. Okay, if you are ever, unfortunately, in Ottawa, there is one place you have to go. Mushu ice cream, best ice cream, and they come up with all incredible new flavors. I had a strawberry and kefir lime ice cream that I, to this day, cannot stop thinking about.
Oh my
And I had it in
God.
2019, and I made my best friend bring me 2 pints back from Ottawa to Montreal in a cooler because I liked it so much. Highly recommend, Mushu ice cream. Go
Mushu
there.
ice cream. There
Mushu
we
ice
go.
I hope Mushu Ice Cream donates to our GoFundMe.
Yeah, I know you're watching, Ice Cream Scooper. Look, I know you're not making great money, but if you could just send a scoop our way at least. There have to be
Oh, yeah.
perks. It's kind of a basic answer. I really like Iconoglace, which is in Rosemont sort of area, not far from St. Hubert Street. The only thing, okay, really excellent quality, very like top ingenuity as far as ice creams. You can get the craziest combos, but their smallest sizes are like that much ice cream because they know that they'll make more money. Like they've got a line no matter what, right? You've hit a nerve here. So if it's always going to be full, the only way to extract profit, economics, is to increase the cost.
That's
So they
right,
will
that's
only
right,
sell you
Marks.
enormous amounts of ice cream. But it's so good. I will go there and share a single portion with 1 or 2 people, and it's perfect.
They also have really good vegan pistachio ice cream. It's the best vegan ice cream I've ever had
My goodness.
because I love dairy and I'm unfortunately lactose intolerant.
Damn.
But I still will eat the dairy. But that vegan ice cream, really, really good.
All right. Good rec. Thanks.
Crumb Cake had a good question, but I think we'll save it for our next vamping period because it's 5:10. It's time to introduce Eli.
It's time to introduce
Yeah.
Eli.
Okay.
So Eli will introduce themselves, but we'll be reading some parts of a novel in progress called Leila and Daoud, and a poetic nonfiction response piece about a Palestinian film that they saw recently. Thanks for joining us, Eli.
Yeah, thanks so much.
The floor is yours.
Yeah, thanks for having me and putting this together. It's really nice that this is happening. Neja and I's friend is really, really thankful. And really, yeah, his birthday, as Neja said, is in like 2.5 weeks. And so time to send some money. Got to make that birthday count.
Gotta make the birthday count.
Gotta make the birthday count. Also, if people donate $30 or more, I'll give you a book recommendation based on the last book you read. Or like based on a criteria of what you like. And so $30+ for that. Yeah, maybe I'll start reading.
You're really undercutting their $50 book rec. You're like, well, Eli's here. It's 30.
Oh yeah,
But that
I
means it's a
totally-
limited time thing. No, no,
It's
no.
totally
Only
50.
now.
Okay. So during my reading, it's $30. After my reading,
Yeah.
it's 50.
Price is going up
Exactly.
after, so you got to get in
Yeah.
quick. Eli
Get
is
that
like a
promo.
book editor, so it's gonna be mwah, taste. Anyway, I don't want to eat up too much of your time, so please take it away.
No, that's okay. So, yeah, I'm a writer. My name is Eli Tariq El Lynch. I'm a writer and editor and translator and all-around book nerd. And I'm going to be reading this piece called A Stone's Throw, which is a piece that I wrote after watching Razan Al-Salah's film A Stone's Throw. She's a Palestinian filmmaker who lives in Montreal and made this film in Beirut. And I love the film, and so I wrote a piece in response. So
cool.
It's called Stone's Throw. I want to tell you about this film. I want to tell you about it because it spoke to something I've been talking about forever. I said, I'd like to tell you about this film because it broke my heart in the most epic way. Do you want to hear about it? Imagine what it would look like if once again Lebanon was Palestine and Palestine was Lebanon, if the borders were abolished again, if we could walk across the land, if there didn't have to be Irish peacekeepers on the southern border, if the land we saw from the beach in Saida were easily accessible, if our people could share stories and meals again, if we were allowed to go there, if we were not denied entry, if the border was no longer a border, the fake space between us and them, if is not real was indeed no longer real, no longer present, no longer occupying our shared relationship. I mean, in Razan Al-Salah's film, her father Amin Al-Salah is on the Corniche in Beirut, somewhere I went 3 years ago. The Corniche is the walkway by the ocean. When I was there, men were fishing in water too unclean to fish in. The water likely polluted by the Beirut port explosion. They were still fishing. Will they eat the fish? I can't tell what year it is. Amin is walking. He has probably walked this Corniche for years. He is walking on that Beirut Corniche, but he's also in Palestine. He's always in Palestine, of course. His heart is there, though his limbs are in Lebanon. Lebanon, too, seems to hold part of his heart. Materially, he is in Lebanon with a heavy, thick plastic bag in each arm, filled with vegetables and fruit, back from the dikkan, his back and neck hunched, walking on the sidewalk, then no sidewalk. He's in the streets as the cars whiz by. That is the way in Lebanon, only sometimes sidewalks, only sometimes in Beirut. In this film, well, it's the ocean and poems and the sounds of a missing Palestine. Missing how, you ask? Not in itself missing, no, it's there, under the soil wrongfully named Israel. It is there in the hands and feet of Palestinian laborers nurturing the crops, the growth. It is there, I see it, in the prisons, in the letters written from hostages, years in those jail cells, written for the outside, written to hold on to hope, to hold on to their resistance. And Amin, he is like many men I've seen in Beirut. He sounds the same, looks the same, he walks the same. He moves through the streets with familiarity. He is on a mission, but where to? He does not say. Maybe he's going home, but where is home? He says, interviewed by his son, who we don't see, says, the Nakba wasn't just a catastrophe for us Palestinians. It was a catastrophe for the Syrians, for the Lebanese, for the Egyptians, for the Jordanians. Back in the 1930s in Haifa, you'd see as many Lebanese and Syrian laborers in the city as Palestinians. We are all connected. I've told you that before. The history books show this. Those alive before the Nakba tell us this. This phase of disconnection is only recent. Thousands and thousands of years of cohabitating across borderless lands, and then one day, this relationship is severed. People in the South still mourn their lost neighbors. But they are not lost. They are in Lebanon. There are over 480,000 Palestinian refugees in Lebanon. Are we not the same people? The government might not think so, bigots might not think so, but I promise you we are. Amin, our people, the man on the Corniche, continues to walk and walk. Where is he going? The image starts to fade, but not fully. The next scene is Palestine. It is a beach in Al-Quds, some broken metal fence, stones and sand, the everyday cast wide. We have Amin, and then we have Palestine. Then Amin, then Palestine. They are separate until they are not. They are gently overlaid. A semi-transparent Amin walks on the Corniche for so long that eventually, transparent enough, he walks in Jerusalem, on the road by the side of the water, until he, through the magic of film, has returned home. I watch him overlaid in Palestine. The Corniche is in Beirut, but Amin is in Palestine. Palestine is in Amin, and he is it, overlaid, an expression of the same essence. Where is he going? He walks and walks until one day he might truly return home.
Goodness, that was beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Man. Wow. So someone in the chat was just asking for a reminder on whose film that was a response to.
Mm-hmm. It's Razan Al-Salah. I can put it in the chat. And I'll put the name of the film too.
Mm-hmm. And a ton of her stuff is available online, and it's very, very cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've been trying to. I've asked her to, if she's gonna show it in Montreal again, because she's shown it before, and she said that probably she will. So
great.
Hopefully that happens. Yeah, it's a really great film.
That's wonderful. I hope I get a chance to see it. Awesome. Mm-hmm. Great. Cool. All right. Let me just take a look at our schedule here. Well, we have a few more minutes. Is there anything else you want to, we could try to get some book recs going, or if you have anything else to share?
Yeah, I have another shorter thing to share.
Great.
Unless there are any book recs. Book rec desires, I guess.
I'm not seeing anything. Come on, people. Come on.
I used to work at a bookstore and I curated the books at the store, so I'm like pretty fast with it, and I read a lot, so I get a really, really quick book rec even.
All right.
I know we had a question from before. I can just let Eli read your other thing.
Sure.
Though I don't know how, if you're, do you want to answer a question with all of us? Do you want to read your next thing? What's your sense?
Oh, sorry. Is the question for Eli?
No, it was generally.
All right. I think let's save it until we have a little more dead air to fill. I would love to hear the other thing that you brought.
Yeah. So this is from this novel I'm trying to write right now, which is a huge undertaking, and trying to get at it slowly and surely every day. And so it's the novel's currently titled Layla and Naoud, and this is a short scene from when Layla is a child, and it's this crush that they have on their best friend, who's named Hella. So it's this like tiny chapter is called Layla and Hella Sitting in a Tree. And it's in Beirut in 2002. Hella leaned over and offered her hand to Layla. It was a hard tree to climb, and given Hella was the better climber, she had offered to go up first. She had found knots in the tree Layla hadn't even seen, and had scrambled up in under a minute. Layla loved the climbing, but was too nervous to move that quickly. Layla reached for Hella right away, but they couldn't get a hold of her hand. Two little kids trying to get to each other, but the distance was adult arm length. Layla decided to put their foot on the first knot, then grabbed onto a higher one, lifting themselves up. Then another knot, another lift, until they got close enough to reach. But they slipped so fast they didn't make a noise. Hella screamed. Hella went, "No!" at the top of her lungs. Hella reached down. Time stopped. Hella was strong. She caught Layla's hand easily, even though hadn't they been falling fast? She found them, fingers interlaced, and held on to Layla's hand with ease. Pulled up with ease. A tiny bodybuilder, a power girl. Up, pulling up as Layla tried to scramble with their feet. And then they were sitting together at the top of the tree, an area that could fit two child butts crammed together. Their hands were still interlaced. Layla's hands always sweaty, warm and clammy. Little kid hand holding, the kind that didn't mean much. But Layla realized they wanted some meaning. What meaning do kids want? Layla loved Hella and wanted Hella close. Hella, they asked, and she said, "Shoo." Do you know what kissing is like? Kissing? I've never kissed a boy. A boy, a kiss. Neither had Layla. But boys were gross. Why would you kiss them? Layla didn't spend time with many boys, just their cousin Jad. But they also didn't spend time with many girls, just Hella. Unless you counted their younger cousins. Layla never counted them. They were little, barely kids, babies, following Layla's every move, obeying their every word. Any kissing, Layla said. Like kissing your mama goodnight? No, like mouth kissing. Mouth kissing is for marriage. I saw my mama mouth kiss a man she wasn't married to. My mama says that's haram. Why? Because they aren't married. Layla never understood this kind of logic. They always asked questions and their mama always gave them real answers. They liked that. They weren't a baby. Hella was acting like a baby. But what about practicing? For what? Don't you have to practice kissing? Layla asked. I saw it on TV. Okay, said Hella and leaned in closer. What are you doing? Layla asked. They wanted to practice with Hella, but they were also scared. Hella didn't answer them and laughed, pecked them on the lips and pulled back quick, releasing Layla's hand. The sweat seemed to leak from them, their upper lip, hands, feet, the back of their neck. Other kids didn't seem to sweat as much as Layla did.
Oh my goodness. Oh, wow. That was great.
Yeah,
Aw.
that was really good.
Yeah, that was lovely. I don't know why it sounded familiar. Like, I don't know if you've ever told that story at a reading or just
I have read it before. I wonder.
okay. I know that story.
Aw. Yeah, actually, I have a book right here that of course, we're going to move on to Emily soon, but before we do you have anything to plug / do you want to talk about this book at all?
Yeah. So Al-Kharaba is a queer and trans collection of Arab and Arabophone writing. Naja is in it as well. Has a great story.
Beautiful story in there.
Yeah. And there's about 23 contributors. And when because I edited the anthology with my co-editor, Samia Marshi, and when we were kind of coming up with what kind of work we wanted, we really wanted to have kind of like weird and fun and gross and sexual and interesting and kind of like a plethora of writing that kind of fell outside of what people expect out of Arabs, quote unquote. And for us to kind of get to talk about whatever we wanted to talk about and not only talk about like what it means to be queer in Arab.
Yeah, some great like formal experimentation that's really stuck with me in there too.
Yeah.
In the poetry. Man. Yeah, great book. I will be so anxiously awaiting everything that you put out next. That's Eli, everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Woo, thank you.
Woohoo.
Bye, friends.
So our next speaker, I'm sure Lily, you
Where is she? Oh my god,
my
she's
God.
in the Ace Attorney Court.
that's hilarious.
Yeah, sorry, I had to do this from court. It's just tight schedule. It's not because I don't want people to see my messy middle of moving room.
Thank you so much for making this a priority despite your presence on, I assume, a very serious jury, or maybe you're a suspect, or I don't know, you can fill in the blanks.
I'm like the quirky girl assistant
Oh
whose
yeah.
job it is to help the actual attorney.
What would they do without you?
They would be a lot less funny.
Emily, should I introduce you? Do you want to introduce you?
Sure, you can introduce me. I don't.
Yeah, awesome. Okay, well, I wrote a little something here. Let me find it. Yeah, Emily, Lady Emily is a video essayist and streamer whose analysis, I'm trying to make you blush here, can get me to care about literally anything, from failed musicals to obscure web series to artisanal grilled cheeses. She has made so many of my very favorite videos and opened me up to a whole world culturally that it was just completely off my radar before we were friends. Thank you so much for being here, Emily. What do you got for us today?
Well, okay, that was a really heartwarming introduction.
Haha.
Now I'm feeling pressured.
Aha, all part of my scheme.
So here's the thing that I'm struggling with, which is that this stream has a lot of really important writers, artists, poets, activists, things like that, with some amazing works to share, read, explore, go through that. I am not any of those things. I am a person who tweets about Gundam online. So what I decided I would do instead is, because I wanted to use this as an excuse to showcase, I guess, stuff that I don't normally get to showcase on my channel. And one of the weird things about my channel is that I have not actually done any film analysis or covered a film at all on the channel.
Wait, is that true?
I have never covered a film on the channel.
You talk about a lot of TV, I guess.
Yeah, the closest I got was talking about Berserk movies, but I've never covered an actual film.
Huh, that is shocking to me.
Yeah, which is weird because I went to film school, and a lot of the stuff that I did in film school, I don't get to talk about because I'm busy talking about gorillas and stuff like that. So I figured something that could be fun for me and something that would be interesting maybe for the audience is to just go through a bunch of the stuff that I had to do in film school, because I have people ask me about going to film school. People are like, should I go to film school? What was your experience like? And I feel like some people don't know what that is. And I feel like, especially when people were getting into it, there was this thing of like, there's always the type of person who's like, I'm going to join film school because I want to like be the next Nolan or Tarantino or whatever, and then be really frustrated when you're not spending your time making Marvels and you're spending a lot of time doing boring stuff. So I wanted to go over the boring stuff.
This is great for me because, full disclosure, I dropped out of film school because I wasn't spending enough time making movies, among other reasons. Like, that happened to me. I'm the problem.
No, I know several people like that, and it's like totally valid because it is just such a thing to where it's filled with such a little minutia of day-to-day stuff that like it can get really dull and really hard to get through. So let's start off with the type of essays you're going to be reading in film school.
Oh, let me watch your screen share here. Okay.
We're doing a dialectic approach to film form by Sergei Eisenstein.
Oh my God, come on.
This is one of the hardest things I had to look over and write an essay about in film school. I will read the first page and hope that you all can figure it out.
I love the layout already. All right, please take it away.
In nature, we never see anything isolated, but everything in connection with something else, which is before it, beside it, under it, or over it. Goeth. According to Marx and Engels, the dialect system is only the conscious reproduction of the dialectic course, substance of the external events of the world. Thus, the projection of the dialect system of things into the brain, into creating abstractly into the process of thinking, yields dialectic methods of thinking, dialectic materialism, philosophy.
And also, the projection of the same system of things while creating concretely while giving form yields art. The foundation for this philosophy is a dynamic concept of things, being as a constant evolution from the interaction of two contradictory opposites, and synthesis, arising from the opposition between thesis and antithesis. Dynamic comprehension of things is also basic to the same degree. For a correct understanding of art and all art forms, in the realm of art, this dialectic principle of dynamics is embodied in conflict as the fundamental principle for the existence of every artwork and every art form. For art is always conflict, 1, according to its social mission, 2, according to its nature, 3, according to its methodology. According to its social mission, because it is art's task to make manifest the contradictions of being, to form equitable views by stirring up contradictions within the spectator's mind, and to forge accurate intellectual concepts from the dynamic clash of opposing passions.
Let me catch my breath. Oh my god. This is hardcore. Please.
Yeah. According to its nature, because its nature is a conflict between natural existence and creative tendency, between organic inertia and purposeful initiative, hypertrophy of the purposeful initiative, the principles of rational logic. Ossifies art into mathematical technicalism. A painted landscape becomes a topographical map. A painted St. Sebastian becomes an anatomical chart. Hypertrophy of organic naturalness, of organic logic, dilutes art into formlessness. A Malevich becomes a Kalbach, an Archipinko becomes a waxwork sideshow. Because of the limits of organic form, the passive principle of being is nature. The limit of rational form, the active principle of production, is industry. At the intersection of nature and industry stands art. The logic of organic form versus the logic of rational form yields in collision the dialect of the art form. I will stop reading there.
Oh my god. Oh. Genuinely, can you send me this? I think there's so much here is the thing.
It is very dense. This was one of the first assignments I had to do for my film theory course. And by first, I mean like very first. This was like we got this day one and we had to write about it before next class. And it is very dense. It's very heavy.
Uh-huh.
It is
not gonna get the kids to stay in school.
16 pages.
No.
And it is but a tiny essay of the rest of Eisenstein's work. If you don't know Sergei Eisenstein, very important Soviet filmmaker. Basis of this statement just being that art is the existence of conflict between nature and industry, and the existence versus like natural occurrences. Very complex way of saying this, but I think it's very fascinating, and I love breaking this down because I had to spend hours trying to do that.
That is so freaking cool.
Yeah. Next thing, and this is just kind of, so this is like the basic essay of theory that you would have to be reading for a lot of film school stuff. Now, this is some of the stuff that we would have to write. I'm not going to read the entire thing. This was technically an English class, but I counted as both. It was called American Film as Literary Art. And the idea behind it was that it was a literature class, but instead of using text, you would instead look at films as a basis to explore the American dreams, in this case, the social network. And we had to write a double-spaced paper once a week about the films we were watching.
Oh my god.
Very much just analyzing it, figuring out how to connect it to the American dream as an overall theme compared to other movies, talk about individual scenes, and also be very informal, as you can see by I love this movie, like really, really love this movie. So the idea here being, you're going to have to write about films like this every week for a lot of this. I'm not going to read this because it's embarrassing and cringe, but this was another assignment I had to do where we had to adapt something into a short film script.
What were you adapting?
I adapted a They Might Be Giants song
into
a film script. The song Man It's So Loud in Here, which is track 3 or 5 off of their 2001 album Mint Car, which came out September 11th, 2001. Only important thing that happened that day. And it's about them turning a grocery store into a nightclub and everyone being confused. So this was something I had a limit of 3 pages.
Wow.
I broke that.
Well, whoops.
That's cool.
This was a hard assignment because I had to convince the teacher that you could adapt a song into a short film script.
Well, clearly.
Clearly, I did. So that's one thing.
That's so cool.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. So we've gone down theory. We've gone down screenwriting. Now let's do producing, because I had to do a producing class as well. This is an executive summary, which is what essentially would be a pitch document that you leave behind when you're pitching a film to actual executives. I had to do this for my producing class, which I forget the exact number of it. It was like 400, whatever. I don't know. And I just had to pitch a film, and I was closeted at the time. So I was like, I'm going to pitch a film about being trans. Because
this is before you came out.
Yeah.
Wow.
I came out in the summary to my teacher as the very last page.
Oh my goodness.
So ignore the graphic design as my passion design of this. But like, so the point of an executive summary is to say, this is how much funding we're actually doing. It's not necessarily just about the creative, but it's about the funding. You'll have things about investors of first payout go to investors at 100% plus 20% interest. And then once that's met, a 50-50 split will be established between the investors and the production company, which is a complicated way of saying the investors will get all of their money back. And then once they get their money back plus 20% interest, you start working on residuals. Legal disclaimer. They just had us copy and paste that. I'm not going to go through the individual things. We had to do comp films, pre-production plans, timeline. I just had to do this. Here's the thing about tax incentive info that you have to include, because this is an important thing if you're doing production stuff. And we had to look very much into tax incentive stuff. I went to school in New Orleans, which was very much about tax incentives, because this was the moment when New Orleans was getting a lot of tax breaks. So a lot of things was filming there. I wanted to film this in Texas, which didn't have anything besides grants if you wanted to do hotels. Now Texas is trying to boost their film industry. Zachary Levi is going to start a little worker-owned commune in his own small town here. So that's exciting.
Wait, okay, I don't want to get us off track, but Zachary Levi is doing a commune?
He wants to make a city where a bunch of all of the studio just hires a crew and keeps them on the city in houses full time so they can just keep filming Christian and conservative style media.
That's nuts. Oh, what the hell?
Yeah, and then this is other stuff that you have to look into in terms of base incentive rate, underutilized or commonly distressed areas incentive, qualified labor, 70% of paid crew, 70% of all of this stuff that's boring and things that I hate doing things. And then here's where I came out at the very end of it, is just by saying I'm trans. This is why I should make this movie.
Oh my goodness. Let me get this on the big screen. With your name and everything.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. That's so cool.
This is for a different project. This is for a short film. I will not be showing the short film, but here's what a breakdown sheet looks like if you are getting into the producer production side of things. This is where you would list everything that you need for a certain shoot for one day. This is where you'd list off all of your cast members, props, costumes, music, and whatever you need so that you can check that stuff off as the day goes on, so that way you do not forget anything. We did not have a lot of these, to be quite honest. This went pretty badly.
No pots, no pans.
No thoughts. No pots, no pans.
No pots, head empty.
No pots, head empty. I couldn't get a guy, so I had to turn this Henry into a girl and became a lesbian story.
Oh no!
That's the type of vibe that we were doing at the time.
Oh, that rules. Awesome. I think we have time for one more, probably.
Yes. So this is one more thing of just real quick. I had to do a annotation for a directing class to break down a scene from There May Be Blood, or They Might Be Blood. I don't know. I haven't seen the movie, but I had to break down the script into individual blocks of moments, as well as go line by line and give the incentive of how each line should be delivered and what the internal meaning of this was.
Wow.
This was very complicated. It took a while. I got a 110 on it. And this is the stuff that they ask you to do.
This is awesome.
I find this fun, but most people don't. And we won't read over this because it's 20 pages, but here's the final assignment I ever did for film school. It is almost 20 pages analyzing my favorite film of all time, Inside Llewyn Davis, going through various individual shots of the opening scene, identifying what type of shot it is and the movement of it all, going through the actual payment, going through the music, going through talking about the costuming, visual storytelling, talking about the camera movements and the lighting scheme and everything like that. This went so in depth. I had to look into the production designer. I had to look into the locations and the sets and where they filmed all of this. I had to look at the like the actors and other previous projects.
Trolls World Tour.
Yeah, I did Justin Timberlake really dirty here. And had to go about givens in the script so I could look at it from not just a directorial perspective, but also what the script gives and what you can then extract from that in order to do into a finished project. This was 20 pages. This was my final assignment. This was a nightmare. No one else has ever read this. And
wow.
This is the stuff that I love doing. And so if this is what you love doing, then go to film school. Because it's this all the time. It's just this. There's no fun. It's just this.
I think I might want to go to film school. This has genuinely been hugely helpful. Thank you so much, Emily.
Yeah. You know
No
what,
problem.
Emily? I think the first slide scared off the people, but the last couple of ones seemed really fun. So thanks for sharing.
That's what you do. You scare them off first with the hard stuff, and then you're like, now you can do the fun, like
You got me.
talk about your favorite movie and annotate things,
Hell yeah.
like all people love to do.
I
Thank
do love
you
to
so
annotate.
much.
Yeah.
I'm gonna jump to the next person.
Okay,
'cause
sure.
We are
Sure.
tight on time.
So appreciated, Emily. That was
But
great.
yeah, thank you
Thank you
so
so much.
much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Bye, y'all.
See ya.
Bye bye.
All right.
So our
Yes.
next guest is a friend of the podcast, actually. It's I don't know what that means. So if that means something, I don't know, whatever. So we have Marcela with us, who is a Chilean poet based in Jojage, which is the ancestral name of Montreal. They are the author of Tropico 2017, a collection of poetry published by Metatron Press. Their work has been featured in Peach Mag, L'Est, Maisonneuve, and others. So I know that, welcome, first of all. I know you had two ideas of what you were going to present today. So please, the floor is yours.
Yeah.
I'm really excited to hear.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. This is really special. I was going to start by reading from Etel Adnan's Shifting the Silence. But I think I will maybe end on that. And I really enjoyed like what I just caught the tail end of. I'm coming straight from work. I'm actually still at work, but so I think what I will do instead is I will start with a little bit of like a personal project that I have been working on. This is something that I've been working on with my mother.
Oh, cool.
And so I'm just going to do a little bit of a kind of overview, do a couple of readings from that, and then I will finish with some Etel Adnan. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you
by
so
the
much
way.
for coming on. Hugely appreciate it. And I'm excited to hear what you've got.
Thank you. So I'm just going to share my screen here.
Cool.
Here we go. So a couple of years ago now, time she moves, I started working on this project with my mother that is called White Horses Always Run Home. We did that through this organization called the Forecast Mentorships. I could probably actually look myself up right now. Here we go. And our project that we were working on was a sort of mixed media poetics project that was exploring the ways that we can tell stories, the ways that we can tell stories, particularly within like intergenerationally traumatic situations, and particularly involving state violence. So the context here is that both my mother and my father were refugees from the 1973 Chilean coup. And when you grow up with someone who has experienced that type of state violence, there are certain things that they can touch, there are certain things that they can't, there are certain stories that they can tell, certain stories that they can't, coping mechanisms that they use that vary from person to person. Culturally, I feel like it's been said a lot that like the coping mechanism in Chile is like very, very dark humor. That's also something that really comes into play in the ways that people talk about their stories and the way that people tell stories. And so I basically was working on this sort of multimedia zine performance poetics piece with my mother, where we were exploring different ways of kind of unearthing some of the stories that were there that we had never really touched before, because maybe they were too delicate or too unsafe feeling to kind of like talk about without help and things like that. And so basically what we did was that we did a sort of like backwards tour. We basically walked through the sort of geographies of my mom's refugee experience. So we started in Winnipeg, where she landed from from South America, and then we went to Argentina, uh, where she had been in hiding for about a year and a month after she had been exiled from her country. And then we went to Chile and her hometown, where she had been exiled from. She had been detained and was a victim of torture and repression, her and her sister. And so this journey was really important for us. And each place that we went to, we had special guests. So they would either be like her sister who was detained with her, or her cousin who she had been very close with before she had been exiled. And these personal connections helped us with some of the other elements, which were things like somatic games and voice work and theater things, theater like exercises and things like that. And so that really informed the writing element of this project. It also had other sort of elements to it. Like, for example, here you can see my mother made her first arpilleras. Arpilleras are this Chilean textile art that developed during the dictatorship, specifically from women primarily, but anybody that was maybe not like the sort of like primary target, although of course like many women were targets of this coup from Pinochet, but it was usually the women, like the mothers, the sisters, the grandmothers whose children had been disappeared. And this was a way that they were reconnecting with that, like reconnecting with their loved ones, and like using the fabrics of their like using clothes from their loved ones, their disappeared family members,
Oh my goodness.
as the materials in these beautiful objects. They also would have it was stopped by the dictatorship after a certain point, because they were finding that these art pieces were being kind of like exported as sort of these like buy things from the global south, like those kinds of stores. But that in the back, often people would end up finding a little envelope, and inside would be like, this is my son, he was disappeared on this day by the dictatorship in Chile. And so it became this sort of way of letting people outside of Chile know what was happening inside of Chile. So it's a very important practice of resistance art in Chilean culture that really does not get a ton of attention, I think in part because it was primarily women and like domestic workers and things and people like that were doing this. And but also because of the immense political repression that was happening, almost all of them are anonymous. And so it's very much like when I'm there and I have friends that were arbilleristas and stuff, like they know each other sort of on a kind of first name maybe, or like a nickname basis, like, oh, that was that woman who lived down the street from so and so and she made this arbillera. Or that's sort of the new way that people are like able to give names to this work. So I'm going to read two, maybe. Actually, I'll read the poem that I have that is about arbilleras. And the context for this is when we went to present, because this project, it's like had like a competitive element where it's not actually competitive, but they only chose one of 3 projects, which to me feels competitive. So we went and had to kind of like present our idea. And one of the things that I did and spent the sort of like presentation money on was my friend Fatim does nails, and there's something to me very ephemeral about this type of art. It is so it takes so long. It's so beautiful and delicate. and then you just take it off, like, or they just fall off because your nails grow. And so I just loved this sort of temporal connection of like bringing the arbilleras like on my body. So this was the poem that goes with the arbillera nails.
Oh man, that's awesome. Yes.
Arbillera poem. And what do I do while you write? Sit around? Arbilleras are a Chilean textile art of domestic resistance. Those women who wouldn't stop crying, their ribs expanding from the repeated tendency of racking. Those women with their faces in clothing, seeing if they could still smell their husbands, brothers, sisters, friends, lovers, stuck in fibers. Gaping, hounding memory sense. Ah, we have to find something to do with the women. They won't stop crying. My mom's friend Pilar says it was the church who sat them down with potato sacks and needles and thread. Keep them there, please. The crying rings in my ears until I can't see straight. A piece of a disappearance is sewn into the shape of a new story, and the story is an open secret, and the secret is in the back, where the threads tie for whoever can see it, like hide and seek for ghosts that may become bodies again. Ah, found you. Big, beautiful sewing needles, big, beautiful holes in memories. Nothing new can ever feel lost in the moment of its making. Yolanda has never made an arbillera because she was not there. She was outside thinking, there. But she is making two now for all of you. One is of a leaving, and one is of an arriving, and both are full of knots. When you see it, can you tell if her doll self, she is crying? Do you see a gray arrival? What else do you see? Can you tell me? I'm going off who knows who knows what. Stories change a lot when they're on paper, maybe even more than when they're out loud. My friend Fatim does nails. Every nail is a universe. Every nail absorbs everything that touches it, these spongy bones. I asked her to make me arbillera nails. I wanted you all to see them when I held your hands. I wanted you to feel them on your backs when I said, good morning. Are you getting used to this breakfast for artists? Us at home, it's buttered toast. I wanted their capsules to absorb into the blood flow. I made them sitting at the table. They're chismeando. There are no guanaco or milicos on my arbillera nails and no Virgen del Carmen, patrona de los militares, saint of cops. There are only people inside and outside of rooms that are homes finding each other. Ah, these ones are lesbians together, says Fatim, and we he and he. Everyone I know and am is in my nails. Did you know? There are no secrets hidden from the women in my nails because they are all invited to the fight. I hold the door open for someone and one nail chips away. Yolanda is so sad. But the art on nails floats across time with grace and ease. The women on my nails go off to do other things. So that's that one.
Oh my goodness.
Beautiful.
Love
It's
that.
also, it's really nice to have you both here. For some reason, I had expected it to be just like into the void. It's nice to have you two to look at as well.
It's a pleasure to be in the audience.
Thank you. So yeah, I mean, I'll talk a tiny bit more. I might not even have, how much time do I have left? I might not have even, I didn't expect to yap so much about the project, actually.
It was very
Sure.
welcomed. I really loved hearing about it.
Yeah, my goodness. I learned a little bit about these when I was doing my like broadly art and politics video last year, but I didn't I've learned so much, and this is just a really beautiful poem. We're technically out of time, but like the next thing is just it's just our little bug people to donate thing. So you know what? I would love to keep talking about this, and I will just put our little graphic back up on the screen that reminds people that if they give us money, we will do things for them.
And maybe I can take a moment to just give some context, because I'm noticing, okay, it's after 5 p.m. now. Maybe some people just logged in after work and they don't know what's going on. So basically, we are raising money for our friend in Beirut who is struggling to access, who basically cannot access his HIV medication. Oh, I have to get closer to the mic.
Just a little closer.
It seems so close on the screen. And so basically the medications used to be accessible through NGOs, but because of the medication crisis that's been ongoing in the past years, and just all the mess that's been happening in Lebanon, and with Trump's election and his impact on US aid globally, the medication is now $1,000 USD a month just for one bottle. And so my friend is extremely anxious and is going through a very rough period of time, just not knowing if he's still undetectable, if he's going to be able to afford the next bottle. And he's been relying on myself and our friend Eli to fundraise for his medication. As you can see, the fundraiser is technically at $4,960. The thing is, we've been fundraising since March, so I think we've raised about 1,000 Canadian today.
Yeah, I think we've crossed like the 1,100
Wow.
border, which is wonderful.
It's wonderful, but guess what? It's not even one bottle. And I'm really grateful for everyone who has been donating, but I would encourage everyone, if you have friends who would love to join the live stream, if you have people in your networks who can afford to give a donation, to just send them a text message with the GoFundMe link. If you are an influencer, a YouTuber, a content creator, someone in those kinds of networks, maybe post on your social medias, let them know that this is happening for another 2 hours and that the GoFundMe is ongoing. So if they want to share it on their social medias, that would be lovely.
Yeah.
And so that's why we have a lot of lovely guests today with us, including Marcela, who yes, so we have little perks, little challenges that we have made as incentive to get some donations. They're at the bottom of the screen, I believe.
They should be.
Yes, but unfortunately, leave a comment.
Basically the feature on GoFundMe that we were relying on seems to be bugging out today. So we're doing an honor system thing. If you drop a donation in the GoFundMe, just let us know, and we will assume that you are not lying about having donated for someone's medicine. I think that's reasonable.
I think so too.
Thank you. Yeah, we could do Q&A. As I've said so many times, we have freaky little creative tastes. Let me rant at you people about web comics or something. Please give me an opportunity. I'm dying here. But anyway, with all that, brought back up to speed, I would love to hear. Oh, sorry. I would love to hear what else you have to say about these artworks and about your work.
Yeah, I mean, I can talk a little bit more. I mean, I can show you here, since we're on the topic of arbilleras. It actually makes so much sense to me that this is naturally where this reading ended up going, just because I never really get to, when I do readings from this project, I never get to really show the context of all of the surrounding work. It's also very funny because I'm at work, and for some reason I don't have any of my zines here, so can't show you the zines themselves. But I think they show up. You can see one here. But basically they were extremely multimedia zines that were each one of these ones was different. It had different inserts, different poems. I really liked the idea of while working on this very, very, very personal, honestly quite traumatizing in some ways project with so many members of my family and also so many other people sharing their experience, feeling safe to share their experiences with the dictatorship, and honestly with the revuelta that happened in 2019 in Chile, the political uprising that was mostly led by youth, and that I think was a real reflection point for the people that had been victims of the dictatorship many years before that. So there was something about making it so that when people received one of these zines, no one would have the same experience of it. That made me feel safer somehow. Like it was like, you know, you don't feel like you're really kind of like laying all your experiences and all of this out. It's like each of you
Mm-hmm.
has like a little piece of this story. And then in the zines, I would always, for some reason, no one, I don't think that people have really done this explicitly, but I always had little things that were like, if you would like to know more, come find me or something. But anyways, so this was one of our final presentation. We had people come and join us while we were making arpilleras and like reading these pieces. These are my in progress. This is my in progress textile work. I find that just textile, the politics of textile resistance is just like very, it's just become a really big part of my life. Like I think there are so many different ways that textile and fiber art can be minimized. And I don't have like a fiber art practice technically, but it's been a part of my life since I was born because of my mom being a seamstress. But yeah, so these are the two arbilleras that she made. This is her and her sister leaving, and they're crying. This is she's crying, and then I really loved the way that she did. This was really important to her. Like she said, it was really important for the full sky to be very bland and gray, like arriving in Canada. She just remembers getting out and everything just being so gray compared to all the colors and everything of Chile. And you can see also the Andes are a really important fixture of arpilleras. You'll see them basically in almost all arpilleras. And I love the way that people do the mountains. Everybody does the mountains
That's
completely differently. And
incredible.
it's just, I love it. And once you start seeing it, you'll probably spot it everywhere. I also love this format that's like the sort of skinnier, like I have one of these of women, all these women playing soccer, and it's so beautiful. And it's in this format, the sort of more portrait format. But anyway, so that's that. I think I won't even do another reading because I felt this was so satisfying to just talk about this project. And yeah, basically this is kind of like a continuing project. Like we do now sort of like other mini sort of like somatic workshops and things like that with different refugee communities and like former exiles in Chile. And we want to just keep doing that kind of work while my mom is still mobile. So yeah, thank you for listening to this recap. And as always, I'm available if you want to know more.
Fantastic.
If you
Oh,
had the scene.
this
Thank
has
you.
been
Thank you so much.
so cool and unique.
Yeah.
And this is true of me, and I assume a lot of the people watching, just has like expanded my world a little bit. I really thank you so much for coming on.
I'm so glad. Thank you so much for listening. And yeah, like oh, actually, before I leave, I do actually happen to have my Arpillera book here.
Oh, that's
No
fun.
way. Awesome. Okay, great.
the
We'll do this,
office.
and then we're going to get into a couple questions, folks.
Yes. But yes, if you ever find anything like there's a lot of these sort of like compilation books that you can find that kind of get into a little bit of like the meanings behind each one's. But yeah, they really are just like visual poetics. They capture moments that I think at that time would have been uncapturable, like the torture or like all of these things that were happening that there were no pictures of, that there was no documentation of. It's like this is the documentation.
This is the proof.
And it really, you can really feel it. It's the proof. Yeah.
Wow.
So thank you so much, everyone. And yeah, I really am so excited to see how much more can be raised in the next 2 hours.
Yeah.
Thank you for having
Gonna
me.
keep it going. Thank
so
you.
much.
Thank you so much. Seriously.
Yeah.
All right. So we do have a couple questions. Okay, there was one from Lana here. Okay, my first question to you, Lana, is this the Lana that I met last month, or is this a different one? I know there's a lot of Lanas out there. Okay, Lana wants to know, what is your favorite art exhibit that you've been to and why? Which is an awesome question. Love it. Man. Same person. What's up, Lana? Okay.
Well, it's funny because the last one I went to was really, really amazing and inspiring. It was I think I went in February or January. It was the Alanis Obomsawin retrospective
Yes,
exhibition.
I saw this too. It was incredible.
And depending on how long you have, I actually was journaling the whole time at the exhibit.
Wow.
And because one of the novel I'm currently writing, one of the character is my grandmother, and she is kind of observing the world through my eyes, but with her own perspective. And I felt like she was very present at that exhibit and making connections between, Alanis Obomsawin's work around, indigeneity, her experiences growing up. A lot of the stories she tells from a perspective of when she was a kid and living in like a majority like white Quebecer city and going to school and stuff like that. And yeah, I was just writing the whole time. It felt really inspiring. And even before you asked this question, if we have time, I had like something that I wrote that I wanted to read today that I selected without even knowing that was going to be your question. So yeah.
That is so wonderful.
What was yours?
What was mine?
We'll see if I have enough time to share something later.
The most memorable in like a recent experience was last fall. I saw. Oh, I'm gonna have to look this up. Okay, so my beloved bride to be Vic is a ceramicist, and they would blush at that. They say, "No, I just like make cups," but
They're
no.
really good.
And so I have been totally thrust into the world of like, I'm losing the word, but yeah, works with clay, ceramics, sculpture, that kind of thing, in a way that's been totally exciting and wonderful. Last November, I was in Minneapolis, Minnesota, visiting in-laws. And oh man, what was the name of that artist who's on display? Let me find this really quick because I really cannot recommend her enough. Yes. Jodie Falwell is her name, and the name of the exhibit, I'm not certain on the pronunciation of this, but it's Opawa Omeng, The Art and Legacy of Jodie Falwell. And I'm not gonna bother screen sharing. I'm just gonna show you right now. This is the kind of stuff she would do. Isn't that just freaking nuts? I saw it with my own two eyes.
Wow.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah, so she does this like really ornamental, gorgeously like painted on jars and vases and that kind of thing. Some of which are, yeah, like properly sculpted. There's one that like the top was a very realistic frog. Others, this is like a long running tradition among the Pueblo people of like very unique and staggering ceramics work. But she also took it in a very modern direction and used it for like political satire, like satire vases. That's crazy, right? She did one with like cowboys with guns on them and stuff. Jodie Falwell, I'm gonna put the name in the chat because like seriously, folks, I didn't know ceramics could do that, and I think it's so awesome.
Wow, that's so cool.
And thank you to the person who asked this question because I am just looking for any opportunity to talk about that artist. I think it's technically time for another person, but she's not here yet. So
I'm wondering,
yeah,
I'm wondering, Sadie, our tech specialist for today, is our next guest ready?
she's not even in the chat, so I don't know if she's hearing us right now.
Right.
Someone asked, Lana asked if she could buy the satire mugs. This is like a fine artist. It was at a museum, so I kind of imagine they're not like casually for sale. Maybe reproductions are like mass produced. I haven't looked into it.
I think I quickly saw our guest pop in.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think here they come.
Oh,
yeah.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Welcome.
Wonderful. There she is. Hello. Thank you so much for being on. Well, great. I guess time is moving right along, so we might as well just introduce you. Naja, do you want to take it?
Of course. So our next guest is Kai Cheng Tom, who is a writer, performance artist, and conflict resolution. Oops.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Damn. Speaking of conflict resolution practitioning, she is the author of books like, I think you got it right here, actually.
Yeah, it's this one.
Fierce
Or
Fans.
maybe a different one. That
And-
one's better.
Okay.
They're all good.
They're all good. I've been gifted this book no fewer than 3 times.
That's hilarious.
Maybe people are trying to send you a message.
They're calling me a fierce femme.
Oh my
Isn't
I'm
that
not a
so
liar,
sweet?
of course.
Yeah, yeah.
That's so nice.
I know it. Yeah.
Oh, that's sweet.
Yeah, it's a prized possession for me.
Oh.
Anyway, yeah, your writing has been hugely influential to me over the years, and I'm just like so thrilled that you were down to join our little fundraiser here.
Oh my God, it's an honor. Thank you for asking.
Thank you so much for joining.
Seriously. Would you like us to introduce what you've got here? Do you want to talk about it a little bit?
I can talk about it.
Great.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for having me. Thank you for putting together. Seriously, thank you so much for putting on this fundraiser. It's super cool. This is also my first time on Discord, and I'm like, what's happening? How many people are here? Is it just us? Is there 500 people? I do not know because I'm like so old. I was like, Sadie, can you hear me? Does it work? Like that's how bad.
That's what Sadie's here for. That's what Sadie's here
great.
for. That's
How many people are here?
In the Discord, there are 4 of us, including the 2 of us and Marcella, who's muted. And then watching on YouTube, I don't know, about 100 people probably.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
Woohoo.
Okay, well, I can talk about this thing. Everybody, please support the fundraiser. Raise a lot of funds. It's important. It's important. And yeah, I'm going to read this short story. This is my first time getting to read this short story in public. I'm very excited about it. It is a story that is it's like a limited edition and kind of like rare in the world because it appeared in the anthology of transfeminine fantasy Made in Mother Crone, which had a one print run, very small print run, and then abruptly disappeared from the world. Yeah. I'm not going to go into the details, but a series of unfortunate events resulted in that press shutting down forever, and the editor is no longer active in the literary world.
Oh, is this Topside?
And so now,
sorry.
Oh no, that's another series of events. Which we'll talk about that later. I'm sweating already.
I'm so sorry.
But no, it was a different publisher another series of unfortunate events. So the story is now currently unavailable. But if anybody is publishing an anthology of speculative fiction and wants this story about tentacle sensuality and defying authority for the purpose of justice, which I thought maybe matches with the theme of this fundraiser and also the world, then hit me up. The rights are still mine, I'm pretty sure. Okay, so it's called I Shall Remain, and it starts with an epigraph from everyone's favorite Ursula K. Le Guin short story / essay, The Ones Who Walk Away from Omelas. The place they go towards is a place even less imaginable to most of us than the city of happiness. I cannot describe it at all. It is possible that it does not exist, but they seem to know where they are going, the ones who walk away. So that's from the Gwyn's, The Ones Who Walk Away from Omelas. Maybe I'll just read it. Should I just do that? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll read it.
Great.
Dawn has just begun to crawl into the city, its colors flaring orange, violet, and green through the smog, when the warlord arrives at my temple by the sea. Selene, my gorgon, hisses and uncoils her enormous body from where she is wrapped around one of the unfallen pillars in my sleeping chamber. Her serpent mane froths, 100 forked tongues testing the air in anticipation. But Selene does not need to warn me. I know he is here. It has been so long since my last supplicant that my skin has gone hard and cracked like clay left out in the sun. Scales rain down from my head tails as I rise from the lichen-covered dais where I have lain for the past 3 moon cycles. Still, the sound of the warlord's motorcade echoes off the cliff walls into which my temple is etched. I can hear only a few engines, 3 or 4 at most, which is unsurprising. Even warlords fear being known to visit me. I cross the stone room and stand beside my altar. Selene before me. She licks my hand as I caress her. I lift the box of beaten metal and seashell on the altar and slide its lid ever so slightly back. Life flares within, and I snatch it, this morsel of soft, shimmering essence between my sharp fingernails. This is the last. I have saved it all this long while, denying myself in anticipation of this day. No matter. It shall soon be replenished 1,000 times over. Throwing my head back, I drop the shred of essence into my open jaw. Warmth floods down through my body, into my gullet, and in that moment I am everything. The roaring of the ocean, the sting of the salt. I am the sky and the screaming drones that fly beneath it. I am the sun-blasted earth and the spined plants that take root within. The euphoria of the essence fades, but its replenishing effect does not. My skin is as fresh and moist as the day I was first called into being in the shining city. My scales, fully restored, are iridescent, bright as stars. My head tails are long and supple. Sensing my transformation, the surge of divinity, Selene purrs and rubs her body against mine in ecstasy. Okay, so I'm gonna skip forward a little bit. So the warlord comes in and she's all like, woohoo! And then he has to beg her for tentacle sex. So she gives him sexy massage with her tentacles from her head, her head tentacles.
Yeah.
Because he has an STI and it's like a whole thing. And then I'm just gonna read the part where our narrator reflects on how she came to be in this apocalypse world. Here we go. In the shining city where I was born, I wanted for nothing. I had power and grace and wisdom beyond measure. I was best beloved, daddy's delight, preferred child of the shining father by whose divinity we are all called into being. I had many names then, and titles too, though I have forgotten most of them by now. I attended his garden and his creatures, and I drew his chariot. I built shimmering monuments of crystal and coral in testament to his glory, and I delivered his judgments to the dwellers below. They looked at me in terror and in awe. This was mine and more. But my highest honor was the time I spent each evening in the uppermost tower of the shining city. There I, and I alone, tended to shining daddy, and there I performed the duty for him that he loved the most. I sang for him the songs of creation, sang with the voice he had given me, the voice that sounded like the light of his divinity, piercing the darkness of the void. I was that light, that sound, that color, that song. No other in all creation had been given a voice such as mine. Every night I sat upon his lap and sang my heart out for him. It would be a lie to say I don't still miss those nights sometimes. He took my singing voice away when I left the shining city. What shining daddy gives to you, shining daddy can take back. This is not a punishment, he said at that time, for I do not punish my children. This is a consequence. Even as you abandon me, know that I love you still, but he took it away all the same. Okay.
Woo!
That's an excerpt from my story. Yeah, cool.
Oh my goodness. What a thrill. I'm so glad we got to hear that. I this might be one of the only things of yours that I had not heard.
I will send you the link to the full thing if you want.
Wonderful. And people are in the chat are asking what the name is, although I don't know if that'll help them find it, but just out of curiosity.
Yeah, it's called I Shall Remain, and it's about a tentacle goddess who has fallen from the DS heaven where she was born. You can find it on my Substack.
Oh, great.
Yeah, under the title. Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Well, there we go. We'll get a link to that, I hope. Thank you in advance, Sadie, for finding a link to that, because I can't right now. Oh, man, great. Wonderful. Okay.
We love an exclusive.
We love an exclusive. Man, that was just it's so fun to hear you read just like a wonderful. Oh, I can't be doing that. I'm on stream. I'm popping over all over the place over here. I was just looking for questions because I know there was mention of another question, and I would love to get your take on it as well. Well, we have another minute.
We have a couple minutes, yeah.
Yeah, great. Is there a question? I swear there was one.
Yeah, me too. Let's
Yeah.
check on here.
Cool.
Here. Huh.
If not, I think there was an earlier one, which is also missing. Technical difficulties. Or someone stole it.
It's the tentacle goddess. Sorry, I said princess. I'm gonna die.
Tentacle princess.
It could be a goddess princess.
Oh, hello,
I'm
Sadie.
keeping track of questions.
Ah, thank you so much. What do you got for us?
Okay, I know. Let me turn my camera on in here.
Yeah.
There
I love
was
Sadie appearing with the questions. Yeah, camera on.
I've been
Hi,
putting
Sadie.
them-
It's a full room right
Yes.
now.
I hear people say like, "Where are things?" And I'm like, "Well, okay." Also, yeah, I've been putting questions at least when I spot them in the organizers only channel. So, Crumb Cake a while back had asked, "Is there a conversation to be had about how death of the author seems to serve the efforts of right-wing appropriation of art, or is this view mistaken?" I definitely have some shit to say. Honestly, I could just pop in and start yapping immediately.
Oh man, I don't have a definitive take, but we have so many people here and like 3 minutes. I would love to hear from you or anyone else who has thoughts here, Sadie.
Okay, this is something I genuinely think about a lot. I think capitalism
Me too.
in its current so true. In its current stage is defined by its ability, I think, to like appropriate almost anything. Like there in any number of instances of the most revolutionary pieces of art, and they sell Che Guevara hats, you know what I mean? Like they will do it to anything. And like, Parasite was, there were like rich people being like, wow, I love Parasite or whatever, like they can do it to anything. And the way I feel about it is kind of a death of the author. I think it's just like that's what neoliberal capitalism is good at, although it's getting worse at it these days.
Yeah,
I feel
I
like
think so.
the past couple years, honestly, like they're not like Wakanda forevering their way through as successfully as they were in, say, like 2020 or whatever. Like genuinely, I think the genocide in Gaza and like the past couple years has shown the cracks in this kind of like appropriative power. But the way I feel about it as an artist is like it means you just have to make your art with revolutionary, like with like leftist, whatever you want to call it, like with that intent, and in a context where you do shit like this. Give some money if you're worried about it. Give some money to the GoFundMe right now.
Right now.
Because I'm like, I think my art is like informs how I do my politics, but at the end of the day, it can't be the only way that you do politics. You do also have to organize and mutual aid and everything, because if your only politics is art, it will be appropriated because they're really good at that. So that's my 2-minute take on that.
Oh, that's amazing.
That was
I
concise.
think I'll just add, I think that there's like an opportunity in this particular moment where like the veneer of neoliberal identity politics that has like largely been appropriated for marketing purposes has like cracked. Like I think that people across the political spectrum in the global north, at least, but maybe also beyond, are like tired of it. They're like, we don't need any more like Marvel movies that are like inclusive, like what if there was healthcare, and I think it's like a moment for artists to capitalize on that, to take advantage of the moment and be like, hey, like listen, like the moment is over, like it is time for us to be doing like materially relevant stuff alongside like the symbolic or culture making work that we do.
Absolutely. Anyone else want to chime in real quick before we move on to our next reading?
You know what? If not, we invite everyone who's here to stick around, because I feel like through people's readings and people's questions, we can have fun conversations, but no pressure.
Yeah, thank you so much for the time you've given, all of you. Kai-Cheng, I know you might need to go soon, but like just really lovely to have you as a guest. And I guess with that, we should probably welcome our next guest.
Yes, I would love to have a death of the
OSA. I'm gonna hop back to the green room just for other people, but
yeah, sure.
If anyone here by any chance hasn't used Discord before, and if anyone happens to need any help, if you hover over it, there's the big red like thing icon. So if anyone, for instance, would need to leave within the next 20 minutes or whatever, and is new to it, that's not. I'm not saying any names, but that just as a free piece of information that's out there. But Sada, I'll let you intro yourself, and I will go back behind the scenes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sadie.
Hi, Sarah.
Hi, welcome.
Hi.
I will.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can. It's a little choppy, but I think it'll be okay.
Okay, wait. Okay. Maybe I can also unplug my headphones if like maybe that works better.
We'll wait and see if anyone's having issues, but you're
Yeah.
pretty clear on our end.
Okay, nice. I'll make sure to enunciate. But yeah, you guys can introduce me if you
Of
want.
course, I
Absolutely.
will. So Sarah is a Sudanese Egyptian interdisciplinary storyteller based in Jojage, Montreal, but is right now in one of my favorite places on earth. But I will let you disclose if you want to disclose where you are, because you know we are live, we are on the internet.
Yes.
Her practice is a collaboration of text, image, and performance. She recently embarked on a theatrical debut with her play Porch, where she was playwright, director, and producer, and I was so happy to have made it 6 minutes late. I'm so sorry again. And it was
Oh my
amazing.
God. Fashionably.
Of course. Well, you know, parking and such. Porch premiered in participation with the 2025 Montreal Fringe Festival. Sara also has extensive experience in film and television, finishing her latest short film, Silk Salad and Ruby Vinaigrette, in 2024. So,
Woohoo!
the floor is yours. I think today we are also having
God.
more exclusives. So we're very grateful for that.
Yes.
Damn.
Oh my God. Yes, let me bring them out. So yeah, for everyone, just so I'll do a brief intro of what the first thing I'm gonna read is. It's entitled Dentist. It's a piece of short prose. This is unpublished, but just things I've shared in my own circles. And yeah, if everyone's ready, I'll just get right into it. I'm reading from my phone. But yeah,
Wonderful.
okay. I was always so proud of myself after a dentist's appointment, especially painful ones. Throughout my elementary school years, I prided myself on being a good girl for dentists. They cooed at me how strong my little body was, how much pain it could take, how much my skin could be prodded, poked, and scratched. I could always sit there and I can always take it without asking anyone to stop, without crying, without wincing or flinching. I always made an effort to make sure my face wasn't tense. My little sparse eyebrows never furrowed and my small mouth never grimaced. A child mummy lying peacefully in her catacomb. Staring into the bright eye of the examination light, saliva dribbling, my little head vibrated with the drilling and the digging. I internally beg and curse myself to stay still and to be mature and strong. Doctors and nurses praise my ability to swallow pain and spit out a pink tinged obedience, while rubber gloves squeaked against my skin when they pinched my cheeks. A shy and proud smile would spread across my face once I stepped out into the waiting room, with the dentist praising me to my parents. She was such a good and quiet girl. She didn't move at all. Mama and Baba would always be so proud I didn't make a fuss. It was a testament to their successful parenting. Whenever I don't know what to do, whenever I'm too scared to disappoint, I stay still. I don't move. The world responds better when you sit with that pain. Because if you squirm too much, a needle might accidentally punch your gums. My grandmother never had teeth, as far as I can remember. I always thought it was just a result of getting older, but with time I learned the truth. When my grandmother was very young, a village doctor in Sudan pulled all her teeth out. He said her entire mouth was infected beyond salvage. One by one, he pulled out every tooth from her little mouth. We never found out if what he did was necessary, but even if it wasn't, it was too late for my grandmother to confront, even if she wanted to, which I doubt she did. I wonder if she was like me when it happened, or if she fought and squirmed. Did she lay down, smile, and wait till it was over? Did she cry and wail and ask for it to stop? Was she also proud of herself afterwards? My family has trouble differentiating between pain and love. For them, they are the intertwined limbs of the same tree. Okay, that's all. That's the first one. Thanks for listening. And the second one is a shorter piece. It's more comedic. It's just about my experiences with the IRCC, with immigration. And I performed it once before at the Gender Blender Revival, which is like a spoken word open mic night for here in in Montreal. That where I'm not there, but you know whatever. But anyway,
Can I
but
quickly?
yes, I will read it.
Gender Blender
Oh,
came
sorry.
back? I didn't know Gender Blender came back.
It came back last year for a one-time thing, and they did it again this year for like a one-time thing back in like late May, early June.
Man, I can't believe I missed that. Gender Blender was huge for me. That's awesome. Anyway, I just needed to interject that.
No, it was cute because I went to it before when it was regular, but I was always too scared to perform. But then in the revival, I finally did.
That's awesome.
But thank you. But I won't keep I won't keep calling. I'll just get into it. But yeah, this is called Me and the IRCC. Oh, pretend I'm a IRCC officer. Okay, sorry. Anyway, now it's the poem. The piece, whatever. Okay. Family name, given name, date of birth, place of birth, sex, passport number. What's the purpose of your stay in Canada? Study, work, visit, escape, flee, run? What's your highest level of education? What's the name of your mother's first celebrity crush? Did I ask for your passport number already? Tell me your family name again. I forgot to write it down. Have you previously applied to enter to Canada? Were you ever rejected, deported, indicted, hounded, asked to leave, made to stay, asked to step, left to right, shimmy side to side? Can you tell me your place of birth again? Oh, you're from there? What's your purpose again? Study, work, visit, escape, flee? Did you know you must apply at least a month before your visa expires? Our processing time takes sometime between 30 days and 300 months. Refrain from making any meaningful life decisions while we process your application. Now you wait, 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 wait. Oh, you're still waiting? Damn, my bad. By the way, what's your family name again? Did you do your medical exam yet, you filthy immigrant? Oh, wow, who said that? Can you believe it's already been a year since you applied? Isn't that so funny? Oh, wow, you lost everything while you were waiting. Well, at least your biometrics are still valid. Oh, wait, wait. Actually, your biometrics expired. You have 2 minutes to get your biometrics renewed. But don't worry, you can get them done in the next town over. Oh, wait, never mind. That town doesn't exist anymore. Can you maybe shave off your fingerprints and send them by mail? Express mail, or we will burn your application in a dumpster. Oh no, we don't have any accommodations for Sudanese applicants at this time. However, if you have any Ukrainian friends, please send them our way. Oh wait, your biometrics are actually still valid. Wow, you shaved off all your fingerprints for nothing. Isn't that funny? Anyways, I did ask you for your family name, right? Because I don't have it written down here. And I have a copy of your passport, by the way. Ew, your passport is kind of ugly looking. Can I have your birth certificate, your mom's birth certificate, your dad's, your uncle's, your high school history teacher's, preferably the one you had a crush on? Also, can I have your transcript? No, not your university transcript. No, not your high school transcript. No, we want the transcript from that sketchy nursery you went to when you were 5. Yes, the one that was ran from your auntie's friend's kitchen. We need to know whether you got a gold star or sad face in spelling for national security purposes. Lastly, the security questions. Don't worry, they're very standard and simple. Have you ever looted a church? Have you ever illegally transported a koala across international borders? Have you ever accidentally bent the space-time continuum by traveling back in time and preventing your own birth? Have you ever been in contact with a cat of ill repute? Well, that's it. Thank you for your application. It is with great pleasure to inform you that your application has been refused. That will be $1,000. Okay, thank you. I hope everyone heard me okay.
Oh my god. Yeah, no, loud and clear.
That was loud and clear indeed.
That was killer. Oh my
That was
god. Thank you
amazing.
so much.
Oh my god, thanks guys. It's so weird doing comedy in a quiet room because
Yeah.
because I'm like, is it landing?
No, see, I was here
But
trying to be
but
quiet. Like,
oh, I'm glad. No, but thank you for listening, everyone. I hope you enjoyed, and thank you, Neja and Lily, for organizing everything.
thank you.
Thank
you
you.
so much. Yeah.
I
this
can
has been
tell you
great.
from the live stream chat that was definitely a crowd pleaser.
We got deeply
God.
incredible. You're amazing.
This is amazing. Where
Oh
can
my
one find this?
God.
Where can one find this?
Oh my God, where is it? No, I don't. It's not published anywhere yet. It's just in my mind and in my phone. And now it's in your ears. So
Yes, it
thank you,
is.
everyone.
All right. Oh, fantastic.
That was lovely.
Woohoo. Thanks so much for
Thank you
coming.
so
everyone.
much.
Thank y'all. Make sure to donate, guys.
Hell yeah, I was gonna
Yeah.
say we have a little
And then,
2 minute for that.
and then I'll put it up. Yes, I'll put it up online if we reach the goal.
Love it.
If not, then too bad.
It's gone forever. I hope one of you has $15,000. Man.
Do it now.
Ah. Yeah, okay, we got a couple minutes to go. I noticed someone donated 100 right at the end of that. So first of all, I feel like you get credit for that.
Hell yeah.
Second of
Oh
all,
my God.
if that person has a question, I implore them to hit us up. I think that technically entitles them to make us write their video essay. So, yeah.
If you want to see me and Lily freestyle a video essay, which we would actually love to do.
Yeah, and Elliot's here, who would also crush that, I think. Hi, Elliot.
Hi, Elliot. Thanks for joining us.
Hi. Oh, should I speak?
Yeah, it's a
Yes, of
perfect time.
course, you're welcome.
Hi.
Yeah.
First of all, that was incredible. That was an incredible. I would call it a poem. I would call it many things. A routine. I would call it everything. I want to know when that gets published.
Thank you. No, I'm great. Thanks everyone. But yeah, I'll let y'all get into it. You do, but no, I'm gonna stay on. I'm just gonna mute myself.
Yeah, awesome, great. Thank you. Okay, I think the person hit us up saying, I'd like to ask for a music recommendation. I listen to all kinds of music, but if I had to name a few of my favorite groups, they'd be Shoo Shoo and Black Dresses, if you know them. Do I ever know them?
I saw them live not too long ago.
Yeah, haven't seen Black Dresses live, and I assume I won't get a chance, but top taste.
When we saw the Shoo Shoo concert together, that was so good though.
Yes. Oh my God. Keep your ears out for our coverage of the Shoo Shoo concert that happened like 8 months ago. I don't think the episode is out yet, but oh, you're not the person who donated $100.
But I think they donated earlier.
They had mentioned.
Yes, I remember that.
Earlier.
Yeah, great. Okay. Well, first of all, okay. Gonna start with like a more on the basic side recommendation, which is Model Actress is killing it lately.
That was my first thought.
Yeah, right. If you listen to either of their 2 albums, the first one is more like it's pretty heavy post-punk, I would say, and then the second one also has that heaviness, but it is definitely more of a danceable album. It is their 13-inch Frank Beltrame or whatever, you know. Similarly, very just like gay and expressive and emotional, and often like very brutal. I also think of I think it's pronounced Shinli Supreme. They put out an album maybe 10 years ago now called I Am Not Shinzo Abe that I think would tickle your fancy. It was,
better not be.
to be clear, anti-Shinzo Abe. Boo.
I mean, also just they'd have gotten got by the doohickeys.
The doohickey.
Yeah, the doohickey.
The doohickey.
I have a thought. If this was Ampus status in the chat. If you have not listened to Salesforce by Lauren Bousfield, you should check that out. That was like my album of the year of 2023. It has a Native Rook feature on it, and it is like, Lauren Bousfield does like, I believe, like composing, like is like as her day job is like a composer for films, but it's like really maximalist, kind of intense, like electronic. It's just got a lot going on. It's this really kind of like doing kind of like what Vaporwave was doing but with like, instead of being minimalist, being very maximalist, of like taking the idea of like consumerist culture and like dialing all the worst parts of it up to like 20 and all the violence associated. It's really, 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 really good. And if you like that kind of like Shushu and Black Dresses, I feel like are both very like willing to be hostile in dialing things all the way up. Salesforce by Lauren Bousfield is really good at that.
Totally. Also, okay, Elliot, you've been on here a while, so I feel like we should properly introduce you. This is, and let me pull up my bespokely written bio that I wrote for you. Elliot Sang, everybody. If you don't already know him, you're missing out. This is a writer and video essayist whose videos on topics like housing, healthcare, and imperialism make the staggering bullshit we're up against feel just a little bit more manageable. And this is, I'm a little bit biased because I've worked on many of Elliot's videos and he has contributed to mine in several ways as well. And also we've hung out, but you don't get to know about that because we forgot to take a picture.
We did. It was cold outside.
It was cold outside, to be fair. Elliot, thank you so much for being here. What do you got for us today?
Thank you for having me, and thank you for the wonderful introduction. It's great to see everyone. Today, I have a segment from a script that, Lily, you know what it's like when you write something a couple weeks back, whatever, and you're like, this is gonna be my next video, maybe. And then you kind of fall off the wagon, you get into some other topics, something happens, and then all of a sudden you're like, I don't even think this is gonna be temporally like even as strong. I don't think this is the timing. I don't think the vibe is the same, and I might want to workshop it a little bit more. So this is what I would call then a first draft of a video that, when it eventually comes out, will probably be called Debates Are Distractions. And it was very much inspired by a variety of things, commenting on things vaguely related to like leftism, mainly in terms of like online contents that is political, the rise of, or the continued rise of channels like Jubilee, debate spheres on Twitch. Sorry, my knee just popped into camera for a second. Not popped, but like it just lifted into camera for a second. I'm wearing shorts. And just in terms of also like, there was a big TikTok controversy that was short-lived about some sort of organized thing called the Un-F America Tour, which I don't know if people even know about over here, but it was a big deal for like 3 days on TikTok. So you know what I mean about the timing kind of thing, right? Like April.
This is such a tricky thing about our job, for sure.
Yeah, so I had the segment I'll read kind of touches on, in particular, like the timing of like the ICE protests and the initial response made by various people on Twitter about like sort of policing optics of protests and focusing on optics and rhetoric as the most important things to talk about when we talk about politics. Like everything has to be sloganeering, everything has to be, how are we going to sell this, right? Which is really funny. I mean, like, last night something happened in New York And
Something
it kind of-
happened.
something did happen in New York
Woohoo!
that kind of speaks to the potential that one can have to actually appeal to a large variety of people, a large constituency, without moving to the right and without constantly, kowtowing to right-wing neoliberal capitalist hegemony and interests, with every single rhetorical thing you do and every single plan you have. So that's my long, winding preamble for this little segment.
Yeah, I think that
Okay.
places us right where we need to be.
Okay, cool. I guess I'll start then.
Go off.
Great. Let me sip a little. Should I start?
Yeah, please.
Okay, cool. Sorry. All right. So, in the wake of yet another American riot against injustice in Los Angeles, politicians and big content creators have, as usual, converged around optics and messaging. Using commonly cited but decontextualized Martin Luther King Jr. quotes, some left-leaning voices are emphasizing the importance of nonviolent protest over property destruction, tear gas redirection, and other actions typical in police confrontations. But the idea that nonviolent protest, especially without being paired with more violent protest, is the only effective way to resist governance is silly. We just went through our own mini cycle of this in the United States. The inauguration of President Trump in January was followed by several peaceful mass marches that did nothing to deter those in office and received approving coverage from mass media only for a short period of time before moving on to the regularly scheduled programming. I'll make a quick note that this is also before the whole No Kings thing happened as well. Similar kind of vibe that happened there with how that was received. Meanwhile, the supposedly embarrassing and ruinous California anti-ICE protests have already pressured the city of Glendale to terminate a contract with ICE to house federal immigration detainees. Folks, I've never burned a car or a building in my life, but I know from reading about history enough times that no political movement succeeds without a few fires. We are taught an idealist view of history, that big historical moments were shaped by big ideas that compelled people. So the American Revolution was based on American colonists rebelling against monarchy and fighting for freedom, and not based on shifting to an economic situation benefiting white merchant and labor classes that situated themselves in the colonies to either make a living or a killing. We are taught that the civil rights movement was based on Americans realizing that racism was bad, after black people like Martin Luther King Jr. persuaded them with beautiful speeches and marches, and not on both violent and non-violent organization by black people, which white people actually found very disagreeable. The civil rights movement did not spend all its energy trying to persuade people to stop being racist. Through riots, boycotts, and event organization, they went to war with the political economy until it conceded more rights and resources to black people. I'll also note again, this sounds way better when you see on screen all these numbers and statistics I would be putting up.
No way, man. This is great.
Alas, I'm live. Okay. Behind every great historical moment, there was an economic reality, after which ideals were formed as justification. The transatlantic slave trade did not happen because white people suddenly saw black people as inferior. It happened because European empires demanded more money and power, and now had the power of naval dominance across the world, so they could kidnap millions of people from the African continent and ship them to North and South America to force them into unpaid labor. It's time that we let go of the idea that people's movements must be waged like election campaigns. Like, we need to convince people to join our side with rhetoric, optics, and vibes. The concept of debate plays a key role in this ideology. We are told there is a marketplace of ideas, that the best ones should win out through fervent advocacy from well-studied, rhetorically skilled supporters. And from there, they'll trickle up to lawmakers and news stations. But, in the words of white people's favorite topic of debate, Chapel Roan, does it happen? No. Debate, even and especially at the highest level, is more of a marketing tool than anything else. Case in point, the recent mayoral debates in New York City, which are events explicitly designed to showcase candidates to voters. The upstart Democratic Socialist candidate Zohran Mamdani already surging in polls, was seen by some online as the winner of the first debate. But of course, there is no specified winner. No media outlet would call it in such a way. There are no winners and losers, no scoring metrics, no objective measures of superior ideas versus inferior ones in debates. They are just platforms for people's fan bases to use to spread awareness of their faves, like MBC K-pop performances. And the questions asked at debates often devolve into nothing more than pageantry. At the end of this particular one, each candidate was asked what country they would visit if they won the mayorship, as if that is some kind of necessity. Once 4 out of 5 candidates assured that they would go straight to Israel, it became clear why this bizarre question was asked. And once Mamdani hit the obvious layup to most thinking people, I'm going to stay in New York because that's where I'm supposed to help people, and was pressed by the moderators and rival Andrew Cuomo, it became clear which audience was most favored by the arrangers of this particular event. Even what we learn about philosophy is about the power of truth and ideals. Noble, sure. Consider Aristotle's 4 key arguments toward the necessity of learning the art of persuasion. Truth and justice are perfect. Thus, if a case loses, it's the fault of the speaker. It's an excellent tool for teaching. A good rhetorician must be able to argue both sides to understand the whole problem, and there is no better way to defend oneself. Now that you've considered this, let me ask you, is this true to your experience of life? Are people really able to persuade themselves into better circumstances? Or do they just pay to get through things that are out of their control, not just with money, but with their minds, their bodies, and other external resources? Campaigns of persuasion like the Unfuck America tour feel like they are fueled by truth, and what they need to do to change the world is to persuade people to their side using facts and logic. But everyone thinks they are operating with facts and logic. When you already think you know the truth, you are put off by people coming to you telling you they will give you the actual truth. They, in fact, are presenting you a new truth in your experience, and given how dangerous and life-changing it can be to accept new truths, it will take a lot to get you to do so. The recent 3-hour debate, or debacle, between Hassan Piquer and Ethan Klein of H3H3 Productions, again, you can see how dated this whole thing is, was a powerful demonstration in the futility of debate, drama, and persuasion. This latest installment in a months-long feud between the two content creators was the most off-the-wall of their interactions so far. Klein was always a hostile host in this debate, more concerned with defending himself against perceived wrongs by Hassan, his former friend, and a wider anti-Zionist community than interested in facilitating historical research. Their friendship dissolved despite their both having left-leaning beliefs in numerous arenas, and despite the amount of popularity and attention they raised when they collaborated because of material realities. Klein is married to a former IDF soldier, is friends with numerous Israelis, and feels defensive as a Jewish person over Zionism as a project. He is also situated in a highly volatile online space where drama and dunking get tons of views, and everyone working in his field is competing over audience attention. It was always a doomed project to try to convince him to renounce Zionism and settler colonialism. Nothing is impossible, but changing Ethan Klein's mind was and is improbable. I'm just gonna skip ahead really quickly past that section to the sort of concluding couple paragraphs for brevity, and also because I don't feel like getting more into things that were relevant 2 months ago. What this video is about, plain and simple, is thinking beyond arguing. We are not going to save the world by arguing with right-wingers or with each other, not necessarily anyway. And that is not the bulk of how movements for change gain in strength. Movements don't gain in strength by convincing people more and more through essays and debates. I wish that was the case. That would be much more impactful with what I'm doing.
This would be the best job in the world.
The craziest job in the world. Movements gain in strength, as far as what I have learned in studying history, through political economy. They build trust among people through sharing resources, alternative bottom-up economies, and then they educate and spread ideas that motivate people to mass action. The Black Panthers would not have been able to convince poor black and white people to be anti-capitalist and to support their organization if they simply hosted debates with conservatives. They built power through free breakfast programs and free clinics. The Muslim Brotherhood, whatever you think of their views, built power through providing services for working class people. As Ajay Singh Chaudhry explains in The Exhausted of the Earth, the Ikhwan, which is shorthand for the Muslim Brotherhood, is the neighborhood clinic, repair shop, school, soup kitchen, the center for care in the increasing absence of state services or where they never existed at all. The Ikhwan began largely politically disengaged, seeing itself as a movement for Islamic renewal through this kind of community organization. Part of their success is in understanding both an intrinsic and social value to this work. Many are initially drawn to the Ikhwan not because of any or particularly strong Islamist beliefs, but because they come to associate the Ikhwan and its ideology with this care work. The Ikhwan is there when you need childcare, medicine, shelter, or a tune-up. Despite their largely top-down structure, there is no trickery or bribe here. Such activities are part of the Ikhwan's foundational ideals and practices, as well as being politically important. Their cautious, organized militancy and their ethics of care are two sides of the same coin. End quote. That was a quote. Okay. The billionaires are not winning because they keep making popular content. The popular content that they make is valuable to them because it distracts people. It makes politics seem hopelessly complicated. It makes left-wing politics seem like a waste of time. And it makes the system they force on us seem a little less irrational. But make no mistake, the system is forced on us. We are held at gunpoint and forced to produce profit for companies for a living. So, do you want to know how to fight the right? How to convince people to fight against the oligarchs and the racists and the transphobes? The good news is there are many ways to do it. Video essays about video games and live stream debates do generate a lot of attention and education. But without directing this also to organizations and to events that meet people's material realities, the most she'll do is change a few people's minds, which is definitely not nothing, but is also not a movement. And more often than not, all many of us will be doing is joining in on the distraction, keeping people's anger inside their bodies with nowhere to go, nothing to channel their energy into. Okay, so that's the end of that little thing. And thank you for listening.
Do you fuck with Barbara Fields?
I'm not familiar.
Okay, this is like my number one PDF. I'm always trying to get everyone to read. I'm gonna drop it in the YouTube chat.
Heck yeah.
Barbara Jane Fields, she's like a Black Marxist scholar. Her article "Slavery, Race, and Ideology in the United States of America" is like genuine all-timer understanding ideology explainer. As far as I'm concerned, here I'll just put it in the voice text channel in the Discord too. It's like basically saying what you're saying of like, we talk about ideology as if it's like comes from ideas, but she's like, no, you live your life and what you are rewarded for in your day-to-day life or punished for it, like develops an ideology. Rain in the chat gets it. Like, you know, it was like people, you know, talk about the transatlantic slave trade as like, well, yeah, they had this idea of racial difference and so that made it easier for them to, you know, plunder. When it's like, no, they were materially benefited from doing that, then that developed. Yeah, right. Yeah. If genuinely, I cannot recommend it enough. If I look very forward to your video, and I look forward to seeing Barbara Fields in the.
Yeah, no, this is amazing. This is a great recommendation.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think you touched on it in a very succinct way. People, you know, Christopher Columbus thought he was going to India, right? He didn't have a particular perceptions about what kind of people he was going to come across that matched anything like the reality. He made things up on the fly to figure out like how he could best benefit from the situation. So yeah, you know, things I think. I wouldn't say I'd never get caught up in things that don't matter. I do. I don't know. I think I try my best, but there's so many people that are, I mean, Lily, your channel is is a boon. I think it does an amazing job of bridging all the gaps, to be honest.
I appreciate that, dude. Also, I want to apologize really quick because you guys could hear me, but I was in fact muted on the stream while I said all those nice things.
Oh, okay.
So I'm just going to repeat really quick that I think Elliot is like the model of seriousness for YouTubers, and it's great how he doesn't get bogged down in nonsense. But then he said, well, you guys heard what he said.
Yeah. And I'll say it again. I think Lily's channel, I know you heard me the first time, I'll say it again. I think Lily's channel is a boon, and I think she does an amazing job of connecting a million different dots and filling in a million gaps for people. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just kind of gravitating to what I'm interested in too. But sometimes I just want to talk about nonsense too. You know?
Yeah.
I wish I would give myself a little bit more leeway to do that.
I hear you. Man, my next one's going to be so dumb. And it's honestly been a delight. I guess we are now in our like top of the hour donation boost. It's been a little bit since we got another donation. So, and we have a great little thing that Marcella, who just read, sent us. Sadie, do you want to read this out for us? And I think this is a video essay pitch that I would love to brainstorm with all of you guys. Let's hear it.
Okay, I guess am I just gonna read it? Okay, so Marty says I made a donation for my works card. Shout out Marty, all timer. And listen, all of you, like get it in. Now's the time.
Send the money.
Send $10, $20,
$30,
$40,
$40,
$50, $100,
$83.
Call your mom, call your dad.
Call me the price master because you need
Call
to
the
send
price master.
$17,000.
Exactly. Okay, Marty's request is anything under the umbrella of queer science fiction or queer space, as in literal like space, like outer space, not queer spaces. This is a big umbrella, but I know that Marty's working on things related to this. What do we think about queer science fiction? I don't know if we're like, are we just going to be bouncing recommendations? Are we putting an argument together? What does it mean?
I think we need to form a thesis statement.
We need to form a thesis, and
I see that my wonderful friend over here has some notes already.
I got some notes.
So I think you should start.
Okay. So let's start our brainstorm. We're not going to jump right into a thesis. So here's some, first of all, media that reminds me of queer in space, sci-fi. First of all, one of my all-time favorite, Blam. It's written Blame with an exclamation point. Second of all, Sadie introduced me to Outer Wilds.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty on the nose.
Is that a queer game? I haven't finished it.
I don't.
They got pronouns.
They got pronouns in that game?
Goodness.
I never noticed.
Yeah, they're pronouns, and they're being. I think they're like. I mean, it's like queer in the sense that they have pronouns, are in love with each other, but they don't exist in our
politics world.
In our
Sure.
Yeah, they write to each other through like tablets.
Yeah.
And it's like a spirals that have to be interpreted through a machine. That's pretty cool. Then I wrote. Then I thought about a roommate of mine, who argued with me and was right. I think that we are in space. To not talk about space as like a different entity. And then it got really like serious with them about that. Like I had to be careful how I talked about space and aliens because we are in space also.
Oh man.
I was like, okay, I'm gonna, keep myself in check. Then I thought about
space.
Chapel Rome, knee deep in the space station, no gravity, That's also an image that came into my head. Then I thought about space appropriation. Right, because there's already like the moon is gay, the sun is
a lesbian. I've heard the moon is a straight transgender man.
Yeah, like stuff like that, and like
that's what I have.
And then I linked that with atheism because to me that's an atheist way of.
Continue.
Well, to me, as a practicing Muslim, that's like an atheist vision of the world to kind of like put yourself as the authority on things that
celestial
are out,
bodies.
Things that are out of our reach of understanding. Being the authority on them, I think, but no disrespect, shout outs to not believing in God. And then and then I thought about war. I thought about pacifism. I thought about, okay, but if you're in space and you have access to weapon and you have an enemy on Earth and you're gay, like, you know, what do you do with that potential?
Exactly.
So those are some, pieces of reflection towards our thesis, and our thesis, I guess, is like listening to Chaperone on a space station, pondering about God, being humble towards celestial beings, and wondering if we should just blow up our enemies because we're at a advantage, or are we? I don't know. We're 3 hours into a live stream.
Yeah, girl, I'm so hungry. Okay.
Oh my god, I need you to know, I like had my headphones on for Elliot's whole thing. I turned my camera off because that's the fastest I've ever eaten a rack of ribs.
A rack of ribs is what you were eating? Motherfucker.
Should we do a live ordering pizza
like...
thing?
We could.
You should have showed yourself eating the rack of ribs.
Mukbang.
Honestly, good point. Okay,
yeah.
Also, because here's what I was thinking. I know I'm up next.
Oh my god, it's true.
What I'm gonna read is a short story that's really good. However, I'm not gonna start it. Our most recent donation was anonymous, $40 3 minutes ago. I need to see a new donation, or I'm not starting it, and you're gonna miss out on my short story. And it's a good short story, so
it's fucking good.
You're all being held hostage right now. I've got the fundraiser open. Anonymous $40 3 minutes ago. I better see one on top of that.
Yeah, I would love to see $50.
I can turn this car around. Oh, thank you to Luhai McLaughlin.
Did we get something?
I don't. I'm totally if I butchered that Gaelic name, but that was $15. Yes, it's working. Yes.
We did it.
See. Okay, let's get some more. Yes.
Yes.
This is the power of peer pressure.
Come on.
Yes.
How wonderful. Okay, I'm gonna say one last thing about queer in space. Straight World says the sun, and then everyone orbits around the sun. The sun is the father. The babies are the planets. The wife is also a planet. Reality with physics is that everything is pulling on everything constantly, and there's several other other kinds of relationships between celestial bodies that are not just big thing that little things orbit, right? You got twin stars. So that could be, well, monogamy, I guess. You got asteroid belts. That's a little polycule full of little rat kids who are anarchists.
Yes, work.
You got
Galilea.
What's
Gas
that
giants are butches.
You're cooking.
Thank you, Alex, for the $5. Let's see.
I actually asked just Nasha to make YouTube videos.
Hell no.
She's made meaningful contributions to mine, though. I will say that. And I think it's in the credits on a couple.
It's me, guys.
It's she.
It is I.
You were almost in one of my videos. You were almost, and then
we did film.
Yeah, man, that was awesome.
I always have a good time. It didn't make the cut, but I always have a good time. Just was a bunch of us hanging out, filming, trying stuff, experimenting, which is part of the process, right?
Part of the process. Yeah. Anyway, Sadie, it is 10 o'clock. Do you want to read your story?
All right. Yeah. Listen,
Before that, I do have to run. I do unfortunately have to run now. But I'm really sad because I would love to hear the short story. So I will make sure that
you can catch the VOD. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'll definitely catch the VOD. But thank you all for having me on.
Thank you so much for coming.
So kind.
I loved what you shared. Everyone did. You're the best. Enjoy your dinner.
Take care.
You're the best, and you too.
See ya.
Okay.
Sadie, I feel like you and I, we've worked together a lot, right? So I feel like I know a lot of your stories, and I want to make sure that my lovely host is fed. So I might step out of the screen just for 5 minutes, but please start.
By all means.
And yeah.
Yeah. Well, not before I give Sadie an official introduction, though.
Of course.
Do you have the
Sorry
sheet
about
up
that.
here? Yeah.
As if we need to, yeah.
Okay. Well, I think I said this earlier, but in case I didn't, or in case you haven't been the same people watching for 3.5 hours, Sadie is, first of all, and most famously, the co-host of TSTV, a Twin Peaks podcast, where every 2 weeks we discuss a new episode of Twin Peaks in excruciating detail. Sadie is also a worker and writer in Jojage. Her book Horrible Dance, which I can't find my copy of, I think I lent it to someone, was there it is, was a finalist for the Governor General's Award, which is a huge deal, and the A.M. Klein Prize for Poetry. And she has been also getting back into riding her bike. How lovely. Sadie, hi.
Hello. Shall I just take it away? This is a short story I've been working on. It's called Moving In, Moving Out. I'll just jump in.
Yeah.
Okay. Part 1 is called How Things Started. Things got real with M when I was living at Skid House, a punk house in the Mile End above a cafe, in that tiny windowless room next to the always unlocked front door. The place is gone now. The building collapsed one bad flood season. I heard it got rebuilt as a dog grooming place. But before all that, I had a stint living there. It had been below -20 for weeks, and for the last few days the heating had been out. All 7 or 8 of us in Skid House. Every time, no, house is H-A-U-S, at every juncture that
Skid
I say.
House.
Yeah, Skid House. I never was sure exactly how many people were in there, who was paying rent or crashing extendedly or just visiting for the night. We made our meals in winter coats or stacks of layered sweaters. A handful of people huddled around the space heater in the living room played poker. But I stayed in my room. I didn't know how to play, and I was terrified they were going to kick me out. What? Lily just said, grocery store. Anyway, I was terrified they were going to kick me out. And it started with dishes. The place had a constant beaver dam of a sink, a glut of soaking pans, bowls left for just a bit later, I'm running out right now, and plates abandoned once their critical mass made doing one dish impossible without doing all the others first. Britta, the most commandingly task-oriented of the residents, called a weekly dishathon 2 or 3 times a month, got everyone in the house to clean while she blasted folk punk. Nearly every meal, I'd sneak my dirty dishes into the sink, feeling like a shameful smuggler. A couple times I tried to get started on the pile, but the pain in my shoulders climbed until it was overwhelming, my arms stiff and creaking like masts in a storm, and I had to stop. Work kept sending me to landscaping gigs and the kind of janitorial work that was mostly lugging huge garbage bags from one room to another. And hey, speaking of queer science fiction, here's some queer science fiction, you guys. The implant company kept pushing firmware updates that would knock me on my ass for half an hour, leave my teeth ringing with static. Once, an update hit right as I got momentum on the dishes and I dropped the glass I was cleaning. It shattered into pieces. All I could do was sit down next to the shards of glass and ride the update out on the crusty kitchen floor. That night, Britta sent a message to the house group chat, which you'd think, by the way, would tell me how many people lived there, but it had a full 11 members, counting old tenants and friends of the house, saying, "We need to talk about the dishes situation. Can we have a house meeting soon?" Then, before the council could convene, the heating went out and the whole thing was put on pause. The house entered a limbo state, and Britta focused on haranguing the landlord to fix the heater. I reused the same 2 dishes I kept in my room, emerging to half clean them with cold water when no one was in the common spaces. I didn't shower. Some of the residents had been boiling giant soup pots of water to pour hot baths, but I just let my sweat cake in my hoodies. Every time I heard the creaks and thunks of someone going through the front door next to my room, I would lie completely still, a prey animal feigning death, convinced the slightest creak of my own would snap the worn thread of their patience with me. A couple days into the outage, a guy with a series of nose piercings and a perpetual beanie, whose name in the house chat was Darat, messaged the group chat. "Did you still want to talk about the dishes, Brit?" "Ugh, just check the other chat," Britta replied. The message hit me like a sack of bricks. The ceiling of the tiny room seemed instantly so much lower. The image of them making a chat to discuss my poor roommatehood and how to most compassionately dispose of me hovered about me, clawing at me. I DM'd M. I'm kind of freaking out about my roommate situation. She started typing back almost immediately, asked if she could do anything to help, if I was okay. I'm really not gonna lie, I sent, just as the house chat pinged with a rap message. "Oh, okay." the two words multiplying exponentially in my mind into the screeds about me rolling out in the other chat. The sinking ceiling pressurized the air, squeezed a low death rattle groan from my chest. I turned my phone over, and when it kept buzzing, turned it off entirely. I stayed there, feeling my body contort under the thumb of the room's pressure. Time passed, kicking and screaming. Every floorboard creak or overheard conversation that perforated through my closed door sent me into a shoulder-locked stiffness I'd leave in shaking spurts until the next sound restarted the ordeal. Eventually, a knock on my door startled me into near convulsions until the sound of M's voice softened the terror. "Hey, Eggy. You okay?" Uncomprehending, I sat up, still tangled in my sheets. "I'm gonna come in, is that okay?" And she did. For a small moment, the terror swung back and overtook me, all screeching violins and drum pound. I felt entirely physically composed of shame. I could almost see the stink lines of my muggy room flowing out towards M, like she'd cracked the lid of a tomb. The food-encrusted plates, the dirty sheets, my grimy body, all lay before her in the unflattering, exposed light bulb from the hallway. "You said you weren't okay, then stopped answering. I wanted to make sure you were safe," she said to my blinking confusion. Her face of exhausted relief, her being out of breath like she'd been running, the brief but jagged pause before safe, told me the story all at once. The self-disgust wilted away. She'd seen my squalid little pen of a room and wasn't scared off. She held me, didn't make me talk about anything. It was the breakage point that made us be really dating, in my eyes. I knew she could see me ugly, crazy, paranoid, coated in my own grime, and still hold me. I only ever let one person at a time see me like that, with guts showing. That stupid night in the freezing house was when that became M. 2 weeks later, we moved in together. I didn't tell any of my friends. Em and I tossed all my things into garbage bags and moved them into her apartment, and I just stayed there, never replying to the house chat until Britta removed me from it and someone else took the windowless room by the door. Part 2. How things ended. When a flash freeze hits, the streets look like rolling waves captured in a photograph. Formerly melting concrete stuck mid-transformation. Bus stop shelters warped beyond recognition, concave roofs held in suspension, people shimmying under them to get to the bench. When heat settles in, the city sloshes and leaks out of stasis. Ice starts to melt, rivulets sweating off snowbanks. The drains get clogged, ash and the snow piling up. Heat picks up momentum raucously. In rich neighborhoods, the ceramic temperature-regulating walls switch to cooling mode. Everywhere else, people stumble out of apartments to set up sprinklers on cars and fences. If you can't afford a car that won't melt in the heat, you spray it down, is the general rule. Roads blister, sidewalks sludge. Twice a year, the city papers over a fresh layer of concrete and otherwise makes a tactical retreat from the arms race of weatherproofing. Sporadically, throughout neighborhoods that are close to sea level, the city's erected electronic billboards to advise the public of flood risk levels. Theoretically, they can shift across a range from soothing green low to face slap orange elevated, but a few years after building them, the city reclassified risk levels and regraded the scale, so now any water below, like, neck level is technically low. Medium starts when Montréal Nord is underwater. It's a classic Montreal joke, like breakneck potholes. Floodwater rushing through a street under a calming green billboard reading Risque d'inondation, faible. And below it, 40% smaller for language laws, flood risk level, low. They still power the billboards and arrest kids for tagging them, but ain't that how it goes? Em left on the night the freeze that had been building up for weeks finally broke. She stormed out of the apartment, bringing her argument's heat out into the city, and the temperature skyrocketed. Up in the Mile End, on Parc, there was a little park sandwiched between a church and some condos. It had been swallowed by snow and ice over the preceding weeks of blizzard, the empty space between the church and the condos being filled until it was a land bridge between them. Compact, frozen solid. As the heat hit, this frozen chunk started to dislocate, drift onto Parc, loosening its grip on the buildings it bridged. It bent over the course of an hour to the coaxing of the meltwater rushing by, then it broke, slipping fully into the street. A comically rectangular block of ice and hard-packed snow slanted orthogonally, leaking at the corners, carried down the slope of the city, cars veering out of its way, waterproofed garbage trucks swerving ponderously around it. A proto-glacier sliding clumsily down past the banks and coffee shops, picking up speed. It hit the downtown water line and skidded into the water. It had the comedic energy of a shot from an action movie, its sheer bulk and blockiness throwing up waves. It bobbed into an old storefront, shuddering to a halt. Bits of it deglued and floated off further downstream. One bit heavier got swept into a store. It was a spring rider from back on the park on Park. One of those spring-loaded rocking horses in the shape of a triceratops, the metal torn through by the ice. It settled in a former menswear aisle, jostled by the current, the ice that brought it there melting away. When Em texted me that she wanted to talk, I ran outside. The sun was close and wet on my face. I walked fast for blocks, then called an Uber. Inside, the AC blasted. As we drove, the wheels kicked up water that battered the windows. As the Uber stopped at an intersection, the driver plugged into his phone that the street ahead was flooded so the app could calculate a new trajectory for him. Sorry, he said with a French accent, speaking English for me. I know the way, but I can't go off the route the app says. The app would ding him if he didn't follow its algorithmic path, a spectral hand optimizing traffic. While we were stopped, I saw a group of people wading through the knee-high water, trawling in and out of a semi-basement apartment, carrying out furniture, filing past each other on the scant steps down. One woman came out cradling a tiny rat-like dog, another with a desk on her back, two guys hefting a waterlogged mattress. They added their charges to a precariously balanced pile on the steps up to the building's entrance, from which another group took items and Tetrised them into the back of a beat-up truck. They made a spectacular line, almost industrial, passing the elements to each other in couches and elements of life to each other in couches and kitchen tables. They moved together, some splitting off from the group, then rejoining. One woman slipped on the wet stairs and another grabbed her arm, steadied her. One guy checked the tires, signaling a thumbs up to the driver. A man and a woman rotated odds and ends to fit them into the back of the truck. The app blooped. It had figured out the optimal route to the cafe whose address M had sent me. The driver peeled away, and I left the group in the rear view. Part 3. 6 years later. Lottie did something the other day that made me wish she'd never asked me to move in across the hall after Ruth died. This is Aggie. We met at work. She brought Ruth the popote roulante, she told Ruth's sister, who frowned in confusion. Meals on Wheels, I clarified, and the older woman's face lit up. It had been so much work cleaning out that apartment. Me and Ruth's sister sorting through piles and piles of clothes, old tax forms from decades ago, defunct electronics, and the occasional pungent surprise of an ancient fruit forgotten in a drawer, looking like a tennis ball with mold, emitting fumes and flies. She let me keep a few things. An old glassware set with floral inlay, a collection of anti-war poems with one by Ruth, a tiny circular booklet on a keychain with quotes by Che Guevara in French. That's real. I actually owned that. I scrubbed the glasses clean, but even now, a year later, the books still smell like cigarettes. The place was so steeped with cigarette smoke that I brought over my old masks and the plastic gloves I use for sex to work in there, and still my eyes stung after a half hour. We took breaks, sitting on the back steps. Ruth's sister smoking, me watching for back alley cats. She asked if I wanted to visit her place in the Adirondacks to get out of the city, but the way her mouth curled at the city pushed me to decline. It wasn't Ruth's fault the place had gotten that bad. She could hardly walk at that point, and all the real damage, the massive colony of mold protruding from the bathroom wall, was the landlord's fault. She'd been sleeping on an inch-thin mattress on 6 cardboard filing boxes in the living room, in the end. After we emptied the apartment, the landlord got his nephew to power wash the place, paint the bathroom bleach white, and replace the cigarette-soaked countertops with new, shittier ones. Then Lottie and I moved me in. When we tried to bring my bed in, we realized that the door couldn't swing open all the way. It was blocked by the new, wider countertop. It opened enough to walk through, but not enough to bring in furniture. Lottie had to call a girl we knew to come take the door off its hinges, then put it back after the couch, bed, desk, and shelves were in. It never fit quite right back in the frame. You still have to give it a little squeeze and push for it to close fully. I felt grateful, but also a bit jealous that she had people who'd run over. Or maybe that she could just call someone like that. I'd spent years burrowing into miserable, intense girlfriends to hide from just calling someone. The other day, we went to a show her girlfriend was playing at. We walked home together and finished walking before we finished gossiping, so I got Ruth's nice glasses and we drank together in her kitchen. In a laughing movement, she threw up the arm holding the glass and it slipped out of her hands. It shattered across the floor, the glass and the drink reduced to one pile of jaundiced slop across the tile, punctuated by ice and bits of broken glass. She froze and looked at me like I was going to hit her. Her lips moved silently, mouthing a cross of panicked apology and begging for help. I could see a muscle in her neck twitch. The scene was held suspended for a few moments, then it too fell and shattered. She stumbled backwards, squeezed an "I'm sorry" out of her skinny chest, and fled to her room, closing the door. I stood blinking, then tiptoed over the mess on the floor and went to my apartment. When I closed my door with an extra tug, I heard faintly the hyperventilating shriek she'd been holding in until I left. That severed the last of my patience with her. Making a mess and hiding it instead of cleaning it up, whatever. I was 22 once, but the shriek hit me at a precise angle, like a reflex hammer. She was acting like I used to. I resented her for it. I stopped pointlessly the 2 steps to my door. Inside, I got a cardboard box out from under the couch and started taking books off my shelf and packing them up. I'm done with shit like that, I told myself. I'm just moving out. But after filling the box and seeing my shelf was still mostly full, I stopped. I couldn't just move out alone. I didn't know how to get the door back off its hinges. I had too many things now. No one was coming running to pack it all in garbage bags for me. I forced out a long breath, slow and tense. At the window, a gust of wind made the tree branch quiver and press itself against the smeared surface of the glass. And that's my short story. If you liked it, it's kind of adapted off of a bit of a novel manuscript I'm working on that will be called The Temp Worker, which will be out eventually somewhere. Also, I publish under Avery Lake. That's the name that my books are under. Horrible Dance, Avery Lake. That's poetry from a couple years ago. And yeah, I do the podcast with Lily about Twin Peaks. So that's me.
That was absolutely killer, Sadie. Thank you so much. I have someone in the chat saying that is Pulitzer Prize level writing.
And you know what, Armin Gux? I'm not even going to disagree with you. I think that's a good short story that I wrote. It is currently out for submission to a couple places. So maybe September. Look out. Maybe it will be published somewhere. And yeah.
Fantastic.
I kind of went a bit over, so that's my time.
Man, thank you so much for sharing
I was going to cut a bit of it and not read the whole thing. And then I was like, no, I want to read the whole thing. This is good.
How could you do this to me? How could you? Scoundrel. Anyway, well, I better... Okay, sure. Or stick around. I think...
I guess actually...
We have one more person we're waiting on.
Yeah, fuck it. I'm going to stick around.
Just wanted to say bye, everyone. I'll be tuned in, not in the audience. But
sure.
Bisous.
Thank you so much for joining.
Hey.
All right. Well, let me introduce our penultimate guest here. Corey Arnold is the host of the beloved YouTube internet show 12 Tone, which teaches all the people of the world about music theory in a way that is delightful and educational, and not that I'm super in these circles, but to my eye, pretty unique. And I am so psyched that you're here. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you. Thanks for inviting me. Looking forward to it. But yeah, so we were talking a bit earlier about sort of what made sense to do. I think we settled on doing just like a guided listening.
Yeah.
Through a song of Killing Time, right?
Yeah. I don't know if we have any Magdalena Bay heads in the house, but Corey asked me about any pop or rock music that I enjoy, that like I would enjoy having like a bit of a closer ear, given to. And I thought of this one album, Imaginal Disc by Magdalena Bay. It came out last year. It's just like a really great sort of psychedelic pop album that I love for reasons that I don't understand. So I'm excited to have your expert ear.
Yeah. I did want, because we didn't talk about tech stuff. Are you set to play the song on your end, or do you want me to play that through Discord?
Ooh, good question.
'Cause I think I can. It's just if you can play it on your end, we can avoid some compression issues. So
gotcha.
We'll probably hear it better if that worked.
Well, this is my bad for not letting you in the Discord sooner, so I apologize about that. I don't think I'm set up to play it on my end. If you're able to, that would be great.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me just
take your time.
Up. But yeah, cool.
Totally.
Cool. Let me.
So, Corey, do you have the Discord noise suppression turned on? I know we can hear a fan a little bit, but I know this is just me with I've been in the green room doing this. But I know on the bottom left, like next to the video connected, if you click, there's like a bunch of lines. If you click on it, might just be on, and we'll just deal with it. But if
I think the input setting. The input sensitivity.
It's next to the little disconnect button, and it's like a little
Yeah, it's like-
waveform kind of illustration.
Yes, and just to see if the noise suppression is turned on, and then if worst case it's
yeah,
not super loud, but
yeah, I'm
I
not
would check.
seeing it. I think
Alright, no
I'm
worries.
on like an older Discord thing.
Oh yeah, that's no worries. We can just.
Oh, hold on. I think I found it.
Oh.
Cool.
Okay, rock and roll.
Is that at all?
Yes, definitely better.
Yes, great.
Cool.
We now
Totally.
know you're your fan. Woohoo! Look at that.
Well, I'm here while we're doing
Professional
sound
live
stuff just to
stream.
double check. Like, because I have my piano, that might be relevant if I can hear that.
Yeah, wonderful.
Cool. Just wanted to check.
Oh,
But yeah,
great.
cool. So, just to sort of run through how I tend to do this, and also, if I run over, cut me off. I don't want to like take too much time. But like, the way that I tend to do this is based on a framework by the musicologist Jan LaRue that music theorists call SHMERG. Real technical name for that. It stands for sound, harmony, melody, rhythm, growth. And basically, what we're going to do is listen to the same section of the song over and over, and I'm going to give you different questions to ask about that each time through.
Cool.
And to sort of like direct your ear in different directions. I am actually going to do a slightly different version, my own modification that I call VSHMERG, with V standing for vibes, because I think it's really important to nail down that aspect before we get into any of the technical stuff.
Oh, great.
So I will just go to my voice video settings, see if I can try and get this to play through correctly. If so...
Chasing clouds, counting sheep. I don't know why, but we call it killing time.
Gotta switch my audio back and forth for that. But yeah, so that's the section we're going to be listening for. So
Awesome.
let's start with just the vibes question. And again, for time reasons, we'll try and do this pretty quickly. But just to sort of nail down what you're thinking about this, try giving me like 3 adjectives that describe the vibe of the song, like how it feels, how it makes you feel, if that's different, the atmosphere, without getting into anything super technical.
Sure. It feels a little bit like restless to me, is something I would say.
Restless, okay.
Like it's got like a slow mounting thing that never explodes, It's just, It's like in the anxiety zone to me, sort of in the middle.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Is there anything else you want to get in terms of the vibe?
Yeah.
I was just going to say groovy, but I feel like...
Groovy.
That's literally the word I was going to use.
Wow.
I was going to say groovy.
That's why we co-host a podcast, bitch.
Boom, 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 boom.
Absolutely.
Also, hi, Terp. Welcome.
Oh, hey.
Hey, am I heard?
You
Hello.
are heard.
It's nice to be among the audience.
Yeah, I'm excited for your thing. Right now we're just doing, I don't know if you heard the top of this, but guided listening of the song Killing Time by Magdalena Bay. If you have any thoughts as we re-listen to it, please feel free to chime in. Okay.
I know Kill Shot. That's probably the only.
Fair enough. Okay. We got groovy, we got restless, and
Summery, perhaps? Maybe I just think that because it's summer right now, but it feels like it's hot and humid there,
Yeah,
I think
definitely.
I'm good with summary. It was like a height of August album.
Bright and yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So with those in mind, because that's sort of one of the reasons I like to do that first, is sort of that's going to be the North Star, because having a sense of like what you're trying to describe about the music is the difference between observation and analysis, right? Like that's how you go from like, oh, I heard this thing, to, oh, this thing means this to me. And
Cool.
So always keep those adjectives in mind, keep that vision of what the vibe is in mind. And with that, let's go into the sound category. We're definitely not going to have time for all of them, but
It's okay if we go. I mean, we're right at the end of the stream, so if we go over,
that's fair.
Totally fine.
But yeah, and so for sound, we're going to be listening not to like the pitches or rhythms or anything. Just sort of think about like the instrumentation, both in terms of like which instruments there are and how those instruments sound. So what we call like timbre and texture.
Yeah.
You might also want to think about register. Like, is there a lot going on in like the bass frequencies? Is it really heavy in that space? Is there much more in the treble, or is it more sort of spread out? So thinking about those sorts of things, and again, tying that back to those adjectives that we went through. Let me just switch over, and I will just play the same thing again.
Spend my days patiently waiting for the night to creep. Yeah, chasing clouds, counting sheep. I don't know why, but we call it killing time.
All right. So thinking timbre.
Yeah.
I noticed that the drums sound like real drums to me. It sounds like live drumming as opposed to a drum machine.
I agree.
Cool.
I'm yeah, definitely hearing that. Also with the bass, same sort of, that feels like an electric bass as well. To my, which, I'm not entirely sure it is. Digital instruments are really good these days, but that is definitely the impact of it. Sounds like someone plucking away on an actual electric bass.
Yeah.
And one thing, sort of the main thing that I hear that I want to sort of draw attention to is like, again, with the register. What were you hearing in terms of that?
With the register of
just the overall mix. Like, were you hearing a lot of sort of lower end stuff or more?
Gotcha. Well, the bass was like definitely notably very loud.
Yeah.
The bass felt like the lead instrument, I would say.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's interesting because to me it sounds it's very much the main instrument in the arrangement, but it's also playing fairly high on the neck. Like, it's not in that really low, like down around, like not doing stuff like that. It's more, and that's a piano obviously, but like it's less, it is taking that center stage, but it's also lifting it up, and that might get us some of that summariness we were talking about how it feels a bit more, it feels light. It feels like it's not dragging you down like something, like with a heavy like metal bass or something would feel like. So wanted to draw that. And again, in terms of, again, coming back to the instrumentation, because I'm hearing three main instruments: is the drums, the bass, and then the electric keyboard.
Yeah.
So did you have any thoughts on the electric keyboard?
It had a bit of like a, I don't know exactly the word to use. I know that keyboards or synths will have a dial that makes it, I'm just going to do this down, go from like a really sharp sort of piercing, like, to like a, that kind of thing.
Yeah, like a mod wheel.
Okay, yes.
Yeah.
So it sounds to me on the, I guess what I'll call like sharper end of that.
Yeah, it has a sort of brighter tone that, if we wanted to get technical, is probably has a lot of higher overtones to it, but is.
Sorry, I just want to say, Lily, you did a great job at that. Wendy Carlos, who?
Woo!
Sorry, please keep going.
But yeah, so it definitely, again cuts through, and that's going to contribute again, I think, a little bit to that sort of anxiety you were talking about as well. With those higher overtones are going to be a little, not quite artificial, isn't quite the right word, but they're going to feel a little like dissonant, but sort of blended in, again, especially contrasted with those very live sounding drums and bass that we're hearing, adding this more like, I mean, mine isn't going to sound the same, but like that sort of thing on top that like adds, again, like you were saying, stuff that isn't quite easy to sort of put your finger on, because it's not like it's a really strongly dissonant thing happening, but it is the timbre is inviting you to feel a little more anxious. I think that's about as much time as I can dedicate to the sound thing. But
Sure.
moving on to harmony, I will say this is probably the hardest category for people who aren't like trained musicians. I don't know your musical background, so I don't know where you're at with that. But like, just to sort of give you a couple questions to think about on this. First of all, I would talk about like harmonic color. So basically, like how complicated the chord sounds. So like, oversimplification, general rule of thumb, a chord that doesn't have very many distinct pitches, like say like a power chord, is going to sound like sturdy, stable, open. Those are the sorts of things you draw towards. Whereas like a more complicated sound, like say that with like 5 distinct pitches in there, that's a major 9 chord. That's going to sound richer, more complex, a little not necessarily dissonant, but a little more nuanced. So think about like where in that spectrum you're hearing those chords. The other thing that I would say is like if there are any particular moments where the chord changes and it's particularly striking, try and listen for those as well. And those are, you're mostly going to hear that in the electric piano. The other instruments aren't as much engaging with the harmony.
Sure.
But yeah.
Okay, cool.
So with those in mind, let me just switch over my audio source again.
Spend my days patiently waiting for the night to creep, yeah, chasing clouds, counting sheep. I don't know why, but we call it killing time.
Cool.
Anyone else want to jump in while I finish my bite?
Start with the harmony color thing. Like, did they sound again more stable, more rich and complex, sort of on the like punk rock to experimental jazz scale? Like, where did those sorts of chords seem to fit?
Sure. I was only hearing 2 to 3 notes at a time, I think, from the keys.
Yeah, that's something I was thinking. It's like it's for as much as I was saying, like it feels so lush and summery. It's like was like somewhat like sparse in terms of like it was just kind of like individual notes almost.
Yeah, and part of that is the mix. The electric piano is often kind of quiet compared to some of the other instruments, but also I think you're hitting it spot on. A lot of what's happening there is what I would categorize as like introductory jazz chords, where they're like they're triads with like one added consonant note. So there's like a G major 6 as opposed to like a G major. So like
I noticed everything was like on 4 different like beats synchronously. Like one of them was like do 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 do, another one was like it's like weird kind of layering.
That's true.
Moving between different voicings as well. So it's like the G major 6 to like a G major 9, G major add 9. So again, you're getting really, they don't sound harsh. Like it's not like I added like something like that where I'm adding like the sharp 11.
Yeah.
But like, you sort of get a little bit of that nuance, but it's not drawing your attention to it. It's not demanding your attention. It's just sort of feels a little bit like you're saying lush, feels a little bit more open and not open, feels a little more complex and interesting than like a straightforward triad. And on the other thing, again, were there any specific chords in that grabbed your attention?
For me, there definitely were. I think what got this song stuck in my head from the first time I heard it is when she, this also involves me just like repeating the thing, but when she goes, that one there, right?
Absolutely.
That's like
continue.
I don't know why exactly, but it does feel very tense. I think maybe in the second occurrence of that, the the higher notes on the keys just sort of take off and go way higher and go off and like do something I wasn't really expecting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So on the first time, they're actually, I think, two different chords, the first and the second time. But the first one, I can definitely tell you why that one sounds tense, is it's wildly out of the key. Like, we're in G major. It's very, very straightforward up to that point. Everything's been really calm and comfortable in that key. Like, the bass is just like... And then you have this chord, and then they go to F sharp major.
That is really different.
Yeah. And F sharp is in the key, but it also, the chord contains A sharp and C sharp, neither of which are. So if I were to play those against like a G major triad, you hear how that sounds.
Very much so.
There is no key that you could put, no standard key that you could put a song in where you would have two major triads a half step apart like that.
Yeah.
And so that really grabs your attention. And then it also sort of, because the F sharp goes down to like E minor, except they add a C, so it's C major 7. But so you get like, as this beautiful little voice leading thing where this moment just stands out and grabs you and drives you back in. So that one, it's a really cool chord. The other one is even weirder. I think, as far as I can tell, it is a G augmented major 7 over D natural, which if I play all together sounds like this.
Do you think, would you mind maybe turning off your noise suppression for this bit? I feel like I might be losing a little bit of the details. Thank you.
I might have.
Yeah, I can also just turn up the piano if that's...
Yeah, that would probably work as well.
If I do... Is that better?
It's odd. It's a little bit is still getting cut.
Okay, cool. I will turn that back off.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Where did I? There it is. Okay, cool. Oh yeah, my AC is off right now anyway, so that should be fine. But anyway, like that.
Ooh.
And it's a little less nasty than that sounds in practice, because I'm saying it's over D natural, but the bass is actually playing like a little lick there, like something like that. So you're only getting that D, which is not a chord tone, because there's this D sharp. But you're hearing all of these notes that actually, you're only hearing that one note that's not really in the key, but it's very strikingly not in the key.
Yeah.
They go to, again, like you said, a higher voicing right afterwards, which I think is like something, that might be a little too high. But yeah, so it's so fast, and that's part of like one of the things they're doing with the harmonic rhythm is that they're staying on the nice, comfortable like G chord and the C chord for most of it. This is kind of what Terp was saying, where there's sort of 3 bars of a comfortable chord, and then 1 bar of a more complicated one, and then back to a comfortable one for 3 bars. And so you get that little bit of tension, like weaving through without like really rubbing your face in it. So that was definitely like one of the main things that I heard listening through that grabbed my attention as well. It's just the harmony in here is absolutely beautiful. But yeah, so moving on to melody, just two main sections that I'd like to draw your attention to. First is just because sort of the first melody, there's sort of 2 4-bar phrases, and they both start the same way with like those 2 notes. That's D to E, but they're over different chords. So try and listen, see if you can notice any difference in the way those notes feel for the different chords, depending on sort of the harmonic environment that they're happening over, and whether that changes how you feel about them. And then the other one is sort of the last 3 notes, the killing time. Like try and listen to that, listen to how that phrase feels.
Okay.
And if there's anything particular in that really stands out to you, because there is something there that very much stands out to me.
Okay.
But yeah.
Great.
Cool.
Patiently waiting for the night to creep, yeah, chasing clouds.
Okay.
Okay.
So let's start with the like D to E motif thing. What's
Yeah.
up? Yeah.
I don't really know much about music theory, but one thing that stuck out to me was the dude, and then on top of it, the two instruments working there, like that to me, that's like that would be the root of like what I'm jogging to. You know what I mean? Like, that's my right step, my left step, my
Yeah, that conversation between the bass and the melody is absolutely that's a great point as well. When we're talking about melody, it's not necessarily just the lead one. Like the bass is also playing a melody here because that sort of walk up thing. So absolutely 100%.
So
but yeah,
sorry.
go ahead.
As far as how that really simple phrase feels in the two different spots. I do notice that the second time around it goes, so same thing. Just so high to do that. I think the underlying bass and keys and stuff, I think it's gone higher up. I can't tell totally what chord is happening there, but
cool. So I think what you're hearing is that on the first time it's over a G major, so D is a chord tone. So the one she starts on is a chord tone, whereas in the second one it's C and now E is the chord tone. So when I listened to it the first time, I heard that like over the G, I heard that go to the E, and it's like, whoa, that's an interesting note because that gives us that major 6 sound again. Whereas over the C chord, we're starting on the more interesting note and then going up to the one that's going to feel a little more stable and fit within the key. So you're getting this thing that's going from in the beginning, it's the same 2 notes, but it's starting going up towards something unstable, and then you're hearing it again, but this time it's stepping up to something more stable because the harmonic context has changed.
That is so cool. Yes, that totally makes sense. Damn. Cool.
So yeah, that's again like when I was listening to this the first time, like that it's such a simple note. Like it's not like a unpleasant or like dissonant thing over that G chord, but it stands out so clearly. And I think it really, you feel that punch, and then the second time through, it sort of mellows out. And I thought that was really cool. But again, for the second line, for the end, the last 3 notes, was there anything there that you were particularly thinking?
I wondered maybe I'm slightly off here, but so after the killing time, it returns to like the same instrumentation and everything as the verse started with, but her note, so the chord is da-na, and then her note is da-na. It's like maybe a step or half a step down.
Yes, it is exactly a half step down. You're absolutely correct.
Okay, cool.
So we have this like, and that's going to be the major 7 of the chord, and that's again going to add a little bit more harmonic complexity, but there's also, you tend to expect resolutions at the end of the phrase, especially because that 3-note phrase starts on a G. So you're expecting something like that, but then it just sort of feels like it's missing. And this note a half step below the root of the key is what in music theory we call the leading tone, because it's such a directional sound. Like you hear this, and then you hear this, and you really want to hear that. And so ending the line on that and just sort of leaving it hanging there is subverting that directionality. And that is again going to give us a bit of that. It's partly, again, the anxiety thing. I think that's part of what's happening there is you're hearing that note and you want it to go up and it's not.
Yeah.
Especially because we get this sort of big chord vamp of build up to this higher register, and then when it returns, the piano gets quiet again, so you don't actually get this resolution there either. But it's building up to this thing where you get this like really dissonant like that, and you're like, okay, well we're gonna get something nice out of that. It's gonna go like, but instead it almost does, but then it also sort of misses with the F sharp, and so you're sort of, especially like because these are the highest notes she's sung as well so far. I mean, I believe goes higher throughout the song, but like so far you're getting that, and that landing on that F sharp is so inconclusive in the way that the melody works that it feels like there is more that should be happening, but then she just sort of drops out for a bit. And you're left sort of hanging on to that, being like, where is this going? What is happening here? And
that's definitely what I was thinking hearing it. Was like it's playing a lot with like resolving and not resolving.
Yes. No, it is very, very like playing with tension and release without ever like fully releasing any tension. So absolutely. I guess real quick, I guess we can go through rhythm if we have time. But like for this again, I think the rhythm is some of what we've been talking about already. But just trying to like, again, just because we pulled out groovy as one of our adjectives, I think that's an important one to focus on here. But listen to sort of the meter. Like we would sort of typically divide things into like, are there subdivisions of 2 or 3? So between the beats, and there are 3. I'll make that a little easier, but like it's a triplet groove, but try and lock into that, listen to that, and also listen for like the way it's syncopated. So places where she's not singing on the beat, or the bass is starting a line that's not on the beat, and how that relates again to the drums, which are going to be playing mostly on the beats. So
great.
Again, cool.
Yeah.
Let me just
Spend my days patiently waiting for the night to creep. Yeah, chasing clouds, counting sheep. I don't know why, but we call it killing time.
Come on. Oh man, I'm never gonna get sick of this song. I could do this for 2 more hours.
It's a beautiful song.
I'm so glad you like it. That's very very validating, frankly.
But yeah, so I think the rhythm stuff is maybe going to be a bit more straightforward in this one. I think it's right on the surface. It's very in your face about its rhythm, in a way that is going to probably make it a little bit easier to talk about. But again, like I want to start by focusing again on that sort of triplet groove thing they're doing. I was going to say going for, but they're actually doing it. But yeah, do you have any sort of thoughts or feelings sort of listening to the way that rhythm flows?
I might want to kick this over to someone else because unfortunately I'm totally blind to this stuff. Yeah. I don't know if either of you guys have more of a thought here, but I don't know if I have the vocabulary.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, like, if you want to just give it a shot, vocabulary is not actually that important for this sort of thing. But like, if you're not comfortable, don't worry about it.
In beats, like my body language was thinking 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, yeah. But specifically like 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1,
yeah.
2. You know, like like that's
sure.
Yeah.
In line with the bana, 1, 2. Yeah. 1. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, got this big sort of 2-beat pattern that the bass is playing that really, again, dominates a lot of the mix and dominates sort of the rhythmic perception as well. And so you're getting every 2 beats, you're getting the, and that's gonna give you again that almost like a cut time feel. If you had like the or 2/4 feel, depending on how you wanted to notate it, really. But like those sorts of things where there is sort of a 4-bar phrase, but there's also not like there's also a very clear 2-bar pattern going on, or 2-beat pattern, and so. Yeah, I think that is going to contribute to the groove thing. This is, again, so to tie it back to like, I mean, it's not a funk song, but this is one of the things I think about a lot in terms of like groove and grooviness. I always will go back to funk. And this is one of the big things funk did. One of their major innovations was putting so much emphasis on the downbeat of each bar. And as opposed to sort of doing stuff on leaning into the backbeat, which rock tended to do. And funk, you would have the bam, instead of like leaning onto a little bit more laid back like the backbeat would, which is the 2 and 4. And this is going to give you a lot of that because you're feeling very strongly the 1 and the 3 because the bass is hitting it so hard. So you're getting more of that. Again, I'm not going to say it's funk. It's not a funk song, but like funk influenced sort of vocabulary.
Cool.
And that's gonna give you some of that. The other thing I wanted to just like, I know I'm way over my time, so I will hand over to Turb soon. But like,
hey, we're talking about the same thing, kind of.
Nice. Well, I'll make sure to hang out. But yeah. So on like the syncopation, especially because we were talking about it in the bass. The other thing that I think is really noteworthy is they are, again, to emphasize that those beats 1 and 3, they're not hitting beats 2 and 4. So instead of like or something like that, it's so you're getting just sort of the offbeats of beat 2 and 4 to sort of lead you into 1 and 3 without ever really like that sort of thing to sort of give you where that 2 and 4 is. And that's going to pull you again further off that backbeat. And again, there's a lot of syncopation throughout this. Mostly, I'm hearing it as sort of like almost sort of in a swung space where they're sort of emphasizing the first and third of the 3 triplets on each beat. So like da 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 instead of like da 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 da, right? So you're, especially in the vocals, a lot of that does seem to be leaning on that like that later offbeat. And that's going to give it, again, sort of to pull from another style that's very famous for its groove. Jazz is very well known for swing, and it's a wild oversimplification to say that swing is triplets, but you can approximate swing with triplets. And it kind of feels like that's kind of what she's doing here, especially, again, when you put that in the context of those chords that are in the vein of like jazz chords. Again, not like wild jazz chords, but like that sort of thing that feels a little rich and a little jazzy. And then, little like jazz. Jazz musicians don't like the word jazzy, fair enough. But like, but it feels more in that space. And again, you add in that rhythm that is, again, not quite swung, but like in the vein of swung. And I think that's going to contribute a lot to that sense of like groove that we talked about before. So that would be, because again, groove is mostly about rhythm. This is why we didn't really touch it much in any of the other 3 categories.
Sure.
But yeah, so I mean, the next thing we would do if I hadn't already gone wildly over my time is there's the last step is growth, where you sort of take the things that we've observed here and sort of follow them through and see how they change, if they change as the song continues. I've listened to this whole song, a lot changes, especially near the end.
Oh my God, yeah.
But like, especially in the domain of, I would recommend focusing on the domain of like sound, like the instrumentation choices they make throughout this, and the sort of the mixing choices they make are really interesting. They start doing a thing with like panning, where the electric piano just sort of bounces back and forth from left to right a lot.
Whoa, I never noticed that.
That like it sort of has like a Wurlitzer type sound to it. It's really nice, and so we definitely don't have time to listen through the whole song right now, but like I would, if you wanted to continue this on your own, I would recommend sort of starting with what we talked about, especially with sound, and sort of going through and listening to how those sounds develop throughout.
Great.
Does that make sense?
I will absolutely be doing that. I hope everyone else does too.
Yeah.
Woo!
Man, thank you so much for doing
this song.
Oh man, I really can't recommend their music enough. Yeah. You know, so much great stuff there. This is awesome. Like everyone in the chat is saying like, wow, what a good stream idea. And I agree. I would listen to entire walkthroughs of like albums this way. I imagine that would take several days.
Well, yeah, this is
probably
last time I did one of these. I spent like 2 hours on an 8-bar section. So
oh my God,
I can fill time with this if I need to, but
that's awesome.
Before we hand it to Terp,
yes,
I just want to say, after this will be our final donation boost. If you give us $20, we'll answer question. $50 recommendation. If you send that now, send that shit right now, then you'll be first in line for the last bit.
How true.
You don't want us to end the stream without answering your question, right? So click on the GoFundMe, donate some money, and then ask something in chat, and we'll do it. So I just wanted to shout that out before I give it to Turp.
Hey, do I introduce myself? Like, what's going on? Like, yeah, I'm Turb. I do I do YouTube video essays on YouTube. I also do like TikTok stuff. I did marketing stuff. I did a whole bunch of stuff online. I just make content, and same same premise, I guess, with an instrument, but you know what I mean. I'm taking it a whole different direction.
Great.
I'm doing a reading today specifically about the movie Sinners, and if y'all have watched Sinners, y'all know Sinners is a whole movie about intergenerational trauma passed down through third spaces and avenues of art that free us from those free us or create safe spaces. My my friend put it really well while we were on the phone yesterday. Artists sometimes can sing community to into their sweet demise, you know, if they're not careful. Especially in a political lens. Look at someone like Beyonce and how they become a type of tool of empire, essentially in a black idea of nationalism. You know, us Canadians know this real well. The identity of black is very anonymous. And for all my black Canadians out there, y'all know that even fitting into an aspect of black in a Canadian sense is just adjacent to a white normativity. And in America, it's more distinct, clear. But while I was watching Sinners, I went and watched Sinners with one of my indigenous homies. Their name was Isaiah. I love them. They do a little community building with me and everything. I
Cool.
also watched it with Nico, but when I watched it with Isaiah, and there was a specific scene where Sammy was playing the guitar, and it panned back to all the ancestors and everything.
Oh my God.
I started crying because I literally saw my cultural dance in there. Like I saw a Dinka dance in there. And I was like, wow. And Isaiah was telling me how it reminded them so much of ceremony. And I was like, oh, this reminds me just like being hella excited after school and just being like, oh, we're gonna go to the Butter Dome and we're doing our little dances whenever. And then we would get like these tin cans, put nickels in them, tie them to our feet, and like dance at specific intervals and stuff. You know what I'm saying? And there's this idea with epigenetic trauma that I guess it's something that's passed down and not a constant narrative that you have to fight against in a white supremacist society, specifically in a white narrative, especially if you're black in Canada or if you're black anywhere else, African anywhere else. Erasure is just very easy to slip into. And as I was growing up, I saw my cousins come less and less to meetings, less and less to churches, less and less to specific familial events, just because of like the modes of capitalism and the modes of erasure that be that's just like what happens. But this poem or this video was right after I watched Sinners. We were chilling in Isaiah has this little shop and we were chilling in like our studio, and I was just writing. I don't think this will ever come out, but this was just like really my thoughts on that little scene.
Oh, fantastic. We're getting the exclusive.
Yeah. Sammy wasn't a singular instance. This drum is probably my family's name to fame. As much as basketball and music have been my assemblages of structure, cultural relation has shifted for me. I was an altar boy at the old church in Edmonton. If you know the name Million Dang, and then it was going to be the clips. Well, it's like, hey, we're cousins, because everyone that's Sudanese automatically knows who I am, like from that name. Yeah. This church had 2 separate mass times, one for the white people, second for the southern Sudanese people. It might or might not have been segregation. I don't know. The only white person I saw was my priest. As troubled as the systemic reality of the church is, church was the only time out of the week I saw neighbors outside of my hood. So much Southern Sudanese people came. This little ass church in the north side would be overflowing with cars, each holding about 3 families each. One thing I hated about church, though, was choir and Southern Sudanese dance. See, we had these wires attached to tin cans. We'd load them up with nickels in order to dance, to call for energy, communally, all structured around this drum. I still hear my dad beating it. I still know how he played it, but I never felt it ever again. The first songs I got were from my sister's MP3. You can imagine the jump scare of the Disturbia video happening in 380p. Regardless, this hooked me into the excitement of produced, bass-boosted cunnilingus. Soon it became bigger than just me and my sister, though. See, we had this bus that came around every Sunday to pick up the kids. Tentwit is what we'd call it. That's Southern Sudanese for place of play. It was actually a rock church, though. Think about that one camp rock scene. We made music like that. Plus, the church didn't mainly take Southern Sudanese kids. It was just a happy coincidence they came to our neighborhood. This space became a home away from home for us kids. They had us asking each other if we're going to church on Sunday, forming friend groups of what kids like to do there, uniting people separated by jurisdictions of school zones and creating a mini nightclub of a sorts. Before you ask, yes, the church was only around for 1 year. It got shut down because of some shady shit. But this is community. You know, grab a guitar and vibe with me right now. At the end of church, kids were given 1 hour to play in the second building, which had bouncy houses, castles, a freestyle alternate giant dance floor. This is where I first came into contact with this bass-boosted cunnilingus in a contextual form. They were calling it rap, and all the black kids were dancing to it. This is when everything shifted. Guys were doing things I'd never seen before. Soon my cousins would be in their front lawn blasting New Rangers, rocking skinny jeans, and although at first I was reluctant, I'm black. I had to get with my people. This majority white church started to be separated by types of music. Skrillex on the white boy, with the white boy breakdancing in the middle. .com goes on, and you got the Sudanese kids flying out the socks to hit the worm. Very quickly, I learned I like this. I like the space of relational acquaintance. Music told words of relation between me and my cousins, echoed by a man in a place I've never heard before. This Edmonton enclave was black, no different from our ancestors, tying the wire around their shins, fastened with tin cans, loaded up with nickels, lacing up some Skechers, fastened with some light-ups, the women in golden dresses, the loud signals of matriarchs, the energy vibrating in communal joy, felt through house parties, graduations, funerals, marriages, and fractal subjectivities of since-forgotten faces. That drum, which was the center of our joy, still stays in my childhood basement. See, Sammy has a guitar. He had community. He knew his performance was set up. He was a pastor's child. He grew up learning how to use this instrument in community, but community changes. Culture depreciates under the reign of white conformity, and that drum or guitar still remains. Sinner questions artistic intent in a narrative of epigenetic trauma. Sammy fights by creating his own third spaces, replicating the performance and oppression through the horror of white supremacy, watching his safe place slowly eroded, friends turn foe over an idea of a better dance, and sadly recognizing the trauma of erasure is cyclical, becoming the bastion of identity of blues while carrying the cross of inherited culture. Culture is a dance, and although the dance is distorted, I still hear the drums. And that's it.
Hell
Oh
yeah.
my goodness.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Oh,
I
love
cannot
that.
imagine. I cannot think of a
Yeah.
better last reader.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Thank you for letting us into that. Also, just like definitely
no
deepen my
problem.
appreciation for sinners too, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
That was lovely.
Mhm.
I'm sad to hear that there won't be more in a video, but I get it, you know.
Yeah, I probably won't be. I was just very emotional in the moment. There's a lot of scripts like that, you know, as a video essayist, you're like, I don't know if this is ever coming out, but it's there.
It's
we
there.
make art for ourselves, right? Art is a
Yeah.
verbiage
Yeah,
of
man.
what we experience.
Absolutely. Man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really can't think of a better way to cap off the night. Thank you so much for sharing that.
Yeah.
And again, thank you, Corey,
Mhm.
too. And just like everyone we've had today has brought something totally unexpected. We had talking about textile work. We had like comedy
so
poems about the evil immigration system. My goodness.
Yeah. I've been
I
a
see
big
Marty's in the chat. I just want to say, Marcella, that the talk about the text artwork was so cool. I was in the green room, but I was watching the stream, but it was so good. And also everyone else, but I just saw Marty in the chat, and I was like, oh, they'll hear me.
Man, I am so hugely grateful to y'all for taking part in this. We're gonna stick around at least another few minutes, take some last questions, try to get a few more donations in, you know?
Yeah, this is your last chance. I noticed actually someone did
Yeah?
manage to put a question on the
wow.
GoFundMe like words of support, whatever.
Oh,
So someone
great.
figured out how to leave a donation message.
How
I
long
didn't,
ago was
but,
that?
this was 2 hours ago, but LEW said, how long would it take for Sonic the Hedgehog to overthrow the United States government, and what would he do with that power? You don't have to answer this, but This is let it be known. You give $20 to that GoFundMe, we do have to answer it, no matter how stupid.
Here's the thing. I know for a
get those
fact
last
that
ones
question
in.
was for Emily. I know for sure that it was
Oh,
for Emily.
damn. I think Sonic the Hedgehog would overthrow the government fast, as his.
Yeah.
His whole thing.
This is one of the main things
you
I
gotta
know
go fast.
about, right?
one of the top things that I know about Sonic.
Yeah.
Is
I know
that
he
he's
goes fast.
fast.
Does he like corn dogs? Is that is that his thing?
Chili dogs.
Chili
Chili
dogs.
dogs? I guess that's what he would do with his power.
Quebecois king.
Yeah, he would make it all Quebec.
Thank you. Quebec annexing America is the craziest path history could take. At this rate. Huh.
Who knows? But listen, it's time. The time is now. This is your last chance
Yeah.
to get donations in. We are
Some
at
donations, audience.
$593. Let's I mean,
We're at
listen, get $7 in.
56.18
That's
now. Someone gave another 25. Thank
oh,
you
5618.
so
Yes.
much. If you have a question, please ask away.
Tell you
Yeah.
what, let's get that to 5,700.
Let's get that to
$82
please.
in the next
Can we get $400,
next
guys?
10 minutes.
I know we can get $400.
Okay, here's the thing.
Yeah,
Here's the thing, right? I haven't donated any money to this campaign yet. I will. I'm planning on it. If someone donates $100 before the stream ends, I will match that. I will also donate $100 right now.
You know what? So will I. You want to
There we
turn
go.
$100 into $300? That's a money mindset.
Oh my God.
Someone in there, someone in the chat right now.
We
has
need
the money
one
mindset.
viewtrepreneur to sign up here and now.
Got $25 from Josh Hedge.
And Louie will freestyle over the guitar.
Yes.
Yeah, Louie will do that.
Yes. Exactly.
Fantastic. Man, just think of the party that could be happening right here, right now.
And we'll all dance. We'll all put on our LED lights and like just have a little dance party.
And we got a lot of people
$100.
watching.
I know there's someone watching that can throw away $100.
I know some of you transgenders
I
work in
know.
tech.
Yeah.
I was gonna say.
What do you what
can
can
I
you spend $100 on? Mario Kart? Come on.
Mario
get real.
Kart. Look, if you support my Patreon, cancel it right now. Give that money to our friend over here. Come on, even if it's only $5.
That's dangerous. That's bold.
I think I'm willing to take the plunge.
You guys see how dedicated Lily is? Come on, guys.
Come on, come on. We're coming up on 2,000 raised today. I think that's a respectable number. You know, we raised the cap to 20 grand just because like some of these things raise $500,000. I wasn't sure what we were in for, but even the amount that we've raised is going to be like a life stabilizing amount of money for this person for at least some time. And shout out to the person who is going to try to hook them up with just like free coverage for a while. I got that email. I don't know if you're still here.
And listen, you should give $100, but not everyone has $100. So if you then give $50, and then if you can't give $50, give $20. Like if you go right now and give $3, if everyone in chat right now gave $3, that would be like $250. So like,
wow, yeah,
that's what I'm saying. You could go and give $3
Quick
right
math.
now. Everyone could do it.
Everyone could do it. Anyone can do that.
I've spent $3 on anything.
So true.
Will the donation things I guess campaign still be on after the live too?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm glad you asked. Yeah, it'll be up, I would say, if not indefinitely, at least for several more weeks, you know? And we will absolutely make a point of keeping everyone updated on the situation as it develops. If we have like a big breakthrough in like getting all this stuff paid for, everyone will know. Man. Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to Cardamon. Absolutely, just sharing the link, telling people what's up would absolutely make a difference. I'm going to share it with a couple of my my secret wealthy friends. I don't know that I have secret. I'm hoping some of them are secretly wealthy. Yeah, if you can't give 20, give 1999. If you can't give 1999, give 1998. I'm just stealing everyone's points now, but you're also true. That's my problem.
Shout out to whoever just gave 25.
Hey, Key
Shout outs to Key.
L. Fantastic.
Yeah.
That's great. That money, that is matched.
Do you have a question, Key? You get a
You
question.
just turned $25 into $75.
How efficient. When does that happen, you know? I can't wait.
If you guys do another 100, maybe we could do another reading too of something or something. Like maybe you guys could like suggest a reading, an unreleased reading from one of the people here. Like
Wait, that's a great
another
idea.
music review or something. Like those can be prompts too. I'm just saying, guys.
Yeah.
Like
That
I
is
can
so
be out there
smart.
if you liked them. If you liked them.
Nesha's got some stuff here that she was happy to read, and she hasn't yet. But we're locking it behind the vault.
It's behind the paywall.
We just got another 50. We just got another 50.
We
Fantastic.
need 100.
And another 5. Hey, that's great.
We need 100.
Let's go.
Okay, we are coming up on... I don't know if I don't know how this displays for other people. Keep in mind that we are in Canadian dollars, which are terrible. But we're at 5,700 Canadian, right?
This is like QVC, but for keeping a queer person living and healthy. That's deep. That's true. We are the... What's her name? Lisa Rena? Was she in QVC?
I don't know any of this stuff.
Anyway.
Sorry, I read books, actually.
All I know is we need... Come on, $100. Someone, just $100.
Actually, okay, we're at 5643.
We're at 5703.
Okay, 50 more for another reading. Then we get to be on for a little bit longer.
It just came in. Come on. Hey. I knew we had it in us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, party people. Okay.
Is that what we should have been doing for 4 hours?
Just like bugging people and like threatening them,
just
incentivizing,
like, bugging. Yeah, exactly. I think we did. I honestly, I'm gonna say like I think we did something really special. Like it's not often that you see all these types of media and all these types of artists I would have never met just come together and presenting and all for the same goal. So it's very special, guys. And you know what you do when something is very special?
You pay for it with money.
You invest in it.
You invest in
Pour
it.
into it. See,
come on. 5758. Thank you, Ray.
The audience is wanting another reading though from you.
Yeah.
I didn't get
from me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that what the audience saying in the chat? Can we get some cheers in the chat?
I am
please?
sure. I'm sure that's what they want. I'm gonna go put cheers in the chat myself. Come on.
Cheers in the chat.
That's so
W's
party,
in the
party,
chat.
party, party.
So I'm gonna read basically.
Yeah. Let's please share what you got here, and let me center. Oh, this is the part of the apartment that I didn't clean.
I also really like the painting on my wall. It's a local artist, Iggy. I forget their last name, which isn't very helpful for promoting them, but
They live here though.
Yeah. And they also do massages, so you know.
Cool.
Bay says the audience is waiting patiently. Cardamom says more readings.
Yeah.
Alicia says yes.
Let's do it, baby.
I think this excerpt is pretty fitting since we just did a lot of music. So for some context, otherwise it won't make any sense. This is like the middle of a novel. So basically, this story I'm writing is about this woman who might or might not be my grandmother, and it follows her life from childhood, where her and her best friend, they're actually in love, but they don't, whatever, develop this thing they call the magic to resist what they call the rituals, which is an analogy for occupation, specifically the occupation of South Lebanon. And then you follow them through childhood. Then you follow her through kind of, getting married, then having her sons become adult, getting politically involved, being kidnapped. Then you follow her through her last moments on her deathbed, which is what I'm going to read from. And then finally you follow her in the afterlife where she's following me. So this is a very short excerpt of her one time in her on her deathbed. I loved music. I always imagined myself in front of a crowd, performing a different instrument each time I heard a song. In this bed, with the chandelier over my head, I wondered if this was the rituals. If my sons, in killing the orchestra, had succumbed to its music and made me their prisoner. I didn't want to be the old senile lady humming in her deathbed, mourning her children, so my concert had stopped. I had violinists and singers visiting me. As much as I could, I accepted the hauntings and welcomed these ghosts as friends. In my silence, I fought off the feelings that they were mocking me. It reminded me of setting the tables for the intruders, when I was a witch, fighting with bread and coffee as spells. And now, a witch had put this chandelier above my head, and I had no spells to fight it but the pasts and these ghosts. I was recovering from surgery, Nabil at my side. Do I look crazy? No, you look great. Are you sure? Yes. But really, I looked crazy. A nurse came to visit me, advising me, who could already barely get out of bed. It may be difficult to get up, and I surely wasn't the one who needed to be told. I wanted to be swept away that day. I hadn't felt those sensations in a long time. This longing to have someone asleep next to me, waking me up, to have Salma take me out into the woods, picking apart the pines of each tree, making me taste them. This one tastes just like lemon. This one's a little bit salty. And to me, they all tasted like grass. And I tell her, this tastes like grass, Salma. And this one too, and that one. But we kept following grasshoppers and eventually, bewitched, oh, this one does taste like parsley. But it really tasted like, take me home now, or what is my stomach going to think about all of this? And under the chandelier, wondering, are my organs being pushed out of me because Salma made me eat the forest that day?
Hell yeah.
Oh, that was lovely. That was lovely.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much for sharing that. And because you're my girl and I have it right here, gotta do a little bit more promo. Tell us about this book. What is it, and what is your story in it?
Okay, interesting. That's very sweet. So my story is, this is a story I wrote in 2021, and it also follows this tradition of family archival that I do through like my writing. By the way, I write in English. English is my third language.
Come on.
The
regular Nabokov.
The reason why I write in English, and that's why you see me even struggling to read it, is because I feel like French being my strongest language, I know the words for everything. So I can describe, for example, the sound that a birds make. Like, I know what it's called specifically, but in English, I won't know. So basically, I feel like my imagination works harder to describe what I'm experiencing. So that's why I write in English.
That's awesome.
So this story is called Son of My Heart. Or as you can see, it's on page 101. You can order this book.
It's from
This
Metonymy
anthology.
Press.
Yes.
It's edited by Eli, who came on earlier, and it is genuinely one of my favorite anthologies that I've read. It's wonderful.
And by the way, I think we can literally get the $6,000, guys.
Well,
That's
here's
what
the
I was
thing.
gonna say.
Here's the thing. Someone donated $100 while you were reading.
Because they like
Someone made the famous, coveted $100 donation. Boom. Okay, but that means, first of all, I'm going to match that. Sadie's going to match that. And that gets us over to $6,183 beautiful Canadian dollars. Can someone donate exactly $17?
Please.
I would love to get a nice round number here.
Please.
I would love that. Can someone get us to 6,200?
If someone donates $50, I'll do another reading. It's a really good one. It's about the sun and the moon.
Can
and
they
about
read it?
my
Or it's
ideations
backwards?
of childhood
not
trauma
know.
and stuff. I have CPTSD.
Me too, buddy.
Shout out.
Who among us? Yeah. Oh, that would be wonderful. That'd be wonderful.
just real quick, I'm gonna have to duck out. I have to go do dinner. But
Yeah,
Sure.
thanks for having me. Huge
Thank you so
congratulations on
much.
this. This was incredible.
Thank
And
you.
congratulations on the money as well. That's huge.
It means so much
you
that
did
you
an amazing
came.
thing today.
Thank you so much, and enjoy dinner.
Take care. Yeah, take care.
See
Thank
ya. You too. Take
Bye-bye.
care. Oh,
Mhm.
I don't think the two of us had never like spoken face to face before, voice to voice. What a nice person.
I was saying this is a very special live stream.
Yeah, that's a wonderful group of people, right?
Yes,
Man.
that is really interesting. So Dreamer does in chat saying, I'm curious what a French translation of your writing would sound like, Nisha.
Ooh.
I'm like starting in English and then translating into French.
I bet it would be very lyrical.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but I would love to. I've actually been thinking about. Well, it's funny. Well, no one will connect the dots, but actually, there's an event I'm going to be reading at in a couple of months, trying to be really vague, and they were looking for French speaker, so I volunteered, and I was like, oh, this is my chance to write in French. And then they were like, no, we have enough French speaker. You're going to come and read in English.
Damn.
So, too bad.
I guess we'll never know.
Mm-hmm.
Does it feel different, like on beats when you're writing in French? Because I know it's like because I speak Dongmanjung in like Arabic, and like there's a different like tonage and like even context, or when you're writing, it's even a different context in English when you're writing, like formally, like it's what's it like being a French artist, I guess.
And real quick, thank you to the person who just donated the remaining 17 Canadian dollars.
Thank you.
Boom. Fantastic. Sorry.
So the question is, like, does it feel like, I'm not sure I understand the question actually.
Yeah, because when I'm speaking to my mom and my cousins and everything, and I guess I'm speaking my language, or like we're even freestyling in my language, that's a completely different switch up than like if I'm speaking English in connotation and trying to relate an idea to somebody, trying to capture that idea in an English connotation. You know what I'm saying? So when you switch to French, what's it like?
It's weird because the French I speak, oh my God, the people here are getting like Montreal lore. The French I speak is like, there's different Frenches that I speak. So there's like, I guess the French that you speak when you want everyone to understand you, and then there's the French that here in Montreal a lot of like Arab or like Arab, Haitian, specifically immigrants speak, which is a bit different.
Yeah, like patois, like from I got some homies from like Burkina, and they speak like a sort of like they have a little accent to their sorry, keep going.
Like if I get frustrated, it comes out, but it's not like, I don't know. It's weird, and also I feel like I have I spent most of my life speaking English. Even when I was in Beirut in April, like people there don't even speak French anymore. Like they kind of rejected French, and obviously that makes sense because of the colonial history. So people speak like mostly just English and Lebanese Arabic. Which was interesting to me because my parents are from the generation where people, everybody spoke French.
Damn.
But now even my older cousins forgot how to speak French because it's just not used at all. So I think for me, French has like, is like, I don't know. It's kind of tense. It's tense, but I love it. I love reading in French. I love like music in French. Like,
that's how it feels for me too.
So like I like French. It's just and my friend who was copy editing me was like, oh, you think it wasn't accusatory like that, but she was like, you think in French and then you translate in English when you write, and I was like, absolutely not. Like I don't think in French anymore. I think a lot of people think in English now because of all the media we consume and the people that we're around, and so
me too. Like at a certain point, like even cultural beats in my head, like certain words that just arise out of pop culture when you're like in school or something, like skibbity toilet. Like, you know what I mean? How the fuck do you how do you how do you connotate that to like Arabic or Dongmanjang? Like that's just something that just gets ingrained in your head, and like English cultural connotation, skibbity toilet, or like da 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 da, and then you refer to it in friend groups, and yeah, it gets same with me. Kind of got flushed out of me. I'm not the best at Arabic anymore, but
Oh yeah.
Dongmanjang I could still go back and forth with like my cousins and stuff.
Oh yeah, one
Like,
thing
yeah.
I realized like now back in Lebanon, everyone says deal. Like when you agree on making a plan.
Oh.
And at first I was like, oh wow, this is interesting how this is a thing. So like I kind of came back with that. And now it's funny to see that spread around like some of my friend circles a bit. But it's also it's catchy, but it's not something that people use here. And there's like other it's like other cultural beats that I noticed, and like I would like listen to conversation and I would know when someone would say something like specific. Like I was like, okay, now this person is gonna say Saraha. Like which means like which is like a way, it's like a punctuating.
Do uncles and aunties do like the kalas?
Like,
and then you just gotta stop.
Like khalas.
You all do that. Kalas, like stop.
We say khalas.
Stop in Arabic. Oh, okay.
We just use the kha instead of the kaf, I guess. But yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's a different dialect. Sudan is closer to like Egypt, and we're influenced by that dialect.
Yeah,
and I think Lebanon's like Lebanon's a bit far away, right?
Yeah, but we all have
far away.
We all have to kind of understand Egyptian Arabic if we want to navigate media. So we all end up kind of understanding it, even though my Arabic is like intermediate, like I still can understand some Egyptian Arabic more than some people who grew up in Egypt understand Lebanese Arabic, which is hilarious to me because I suck at Arabic.
That's crazy.
Honestly.
Yeah.
What a delightful
it's
night.
fun.
Full of...
I forgot we're on the live stream.
Yeah,
Give me
right?
some money, guys. Give us some money.
Sorry. Yeah.
Honestly,
it's all good.
I would love to get one more donation in, but like I'm thrilled with what we did. We raised over $2,000.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Let's go.
I'm excited to let the friend know, and I'm sure it'll make a real difference.
Yeah, I'll give him a call tomorrow because oof, yeah.
The work continues. I'm gonna go take a shower and then drink the coldest lemonade that exists in the city if I can find it. Thank you so much,
please
gang.
do.
Yeah, keep sharing that link around.
Yes,
Let everyone
please.
know that it'll still be live. And thank you so much, everyone who joined. Thank you, everyone who donated. Thank you, everyone who shared it around. Thank you, everyone who presented. Thank you so much, Tur.
Seriously,
no problem,
stick around like a whole hour.
And Lily
You're
for
wonderful.
hosting
It's super fun.
and
It was really nice to
on
meet you.
the whole time.
And thank you, Sadie, for being like an excellent behind the scenes tech person, coordinator. Truly could not have done it without you. Would have been so stilted. I would have been jumping in, jumping out. Couldn't have done it without a single person who was involved. Go team.
I feel like
including everyone
really,
watching.
I was really maxing the ADHD diagnosis, having like the stream on and hearing you while also talking to people in the green room and just like tuning in and out of various conversations at once.
That's nuts.
But
someone donated 20 while we're leaving. If y'all just want to slap us with 50s while we leave, you want to make it rain.
Make it rain. Damn.
Do that.
That's awesome.
But thank you so much for having me like on the platform, and it was nice meeting y'all. It was nice having the conversation. Like it was fun, and thank you to the audience too. Remember that the campaign still goes on, and that person is still in that press environment, that material reality even after the stream. So make sure to like please share that, or please go around and donate and everything, because at the end of the day, like we go back and we stay in our houses, but they're in somewhere very unfortunate. So mutual aid is an extent, is a purposeful act, throwing a rope to impoverished community a lot of the time. And this is something that we actually need to do, something we need to lock into, guys. So if y'all want to help, you'll help this person's life incredibly, I promise you. And that's why we're all here, and that's why Yeah, I hope we're all here. So like, yeah, please, guys, please chat.
Really, like,
Yeah.
I could not have said it any better, you know, like, just to end on this, like, you know, this person means a lot to me. They're very important in my life, and like to see them have to struggle from like bottle to bottle, month to month, is so heartbreaking, and it's so frustrating. And like I don't really have the words. Like, nobody that young should be, nobody at any age, but nobody that young should have to deal with that. And like, I just like, if the only thing like that we're gifting him, and if anything, is the gift of his youth, and that's already something that's, you know, when you grow up in Lebanon, is like something you have to get over pretty fast. And yeah, it's just really really heartbreaking. And like, I'm just glad that we at least got him a bottle or two for, you know, his birthday, and that's good. But you know, like, in my head, like, I'm counting the next time I'll be in Lebanon, and I'm like, oh shit, like, will he have a bottle next time I'm here? And it's a fucked up way to like, the it's a fucked up way to live, honestly. So please keep
Yeah,
sharing
but it's
yeah.
real though, and it's something that you have to say. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? This is not realities that we have to continually oppress. You live in a narrative that is not just. You know what I mean? And that's something that has to be said.
Yeah.
So I'm happy that you're even doing this, and I'm happy that you set this up, Lou. This is dope.
Of course.
So
Thank
yeah,
you.
Of course. Thank you.
yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, everyone.
The work
Keep
continues.
sharing. Yeah, keep sharing
Yeah.
the fundraiser. Keep
Please.
Yes, I see Dorian saying gonna donate ASAP this week. That's what I'm talking
Oh
about.
yeah.
That means so much. Thank you.
Keep that tab open. Put it in your bookmarks.
Yeah,
Get a
baby.
paycheck. Drop some in
Oh,
there.
yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Solidarity forever. Boom, boom, boom.
Boom,
Night,
boom.
everybody.